pairs. Mm. I thought they were all GMO pears now. I guess they didn't get these from Walmart. Mm. You know how you used to bite into a pear and it was kind of soft all the way through, but firm and juicy as fuck? Yeah, like that. It doesn't bite like cardboard and chew like plastic. Mmm. That I've missed. Where do you get pears like this?
Opie, apparently.
Mm. Good pear. Mm. So last we spoke, we were sitting here and knock came to the door. Going tomorrow with the gentleman. We're going to go walk and talk. Harry said that we could video, which we did at first, and then I had to show him pictures. That won't happen tomorrow because he's seen the pictures. Hi, Christine. How are you? Everything's great. Couldn't be better. We arrived at Hopi last night. I noticed their wisdom holders were holding even the wisdom I had brought about the dying corn because their corn's dying out here still. When we've visited other nations that are taking positive steps to feeding their tribe. So I decided that we needed to speak to the people. And I think we've made the right decision. The ones that are in raw mapped, of the blue Kachina. Raw, horse box, all those pictures. The ones that the Hopi drew in Giza. Howdy, ISO. Come to find out, the guy's already checked out the channel. And he's already seen the pictures and understands what we're talking about. So he came to talk about it. And we had a great fucking talk. There does seem to be people. He's just confirmed everything we learned. There's people on either side of this. Some want change, some want the fucking same establishment. But he's a tour guide too. So tomorrow he's taking me to one of their walls with writing on it. He wants me to give my interpretation. He said he finds it self-satisfactory and interest to see how other people look at the stuff. I was like, well, I would love to look at it. Yeah, it's just self-satisfactory satisfaction of fucking just doing it. Because I have a feeling that they were probably writing on this wall the same kind of language that we're reading in the old language. And this tribe's always been peaceful. They always held their lands without oppression. And they wrote this crazy tale that I won't let none of y'all motherfuckers read to me or tell me about. So it's creepy. So the real tribe is kind of like localized, I guess, some of them in their government. And that was evident yesterday when we rode up here and all the corn was dead. I was like, oh, Jesus, man. And yeah, so I think we found an agent for good that is going to be able to help the actual people of the Hopi understand what time it is and how to feed themselves a little better. Hi, Judith. Welcome back. And thank you. Yes, I got a donation from you. Thank you. Well, hey there, Ashford. How are you? What's up, Wolf? Mm. I met with a messenger today. It came with a message. And it's the same thing we got. We've been divided too long. Mm-hmm. And we parked in his vending spot. Of all the places we could have parked at, we parked at his vending spot. And he's had two or three of his friends point him at us over here. So he had a little knowledge of Ra and what we talk about over here before he came. And that's actually what motivated him to come. He's had, these are the people that in paper kicked Derek out. um, when he mentioned his name, I was like, ugh! Oh God, that guy. I said, you know, but I guess he has spoken with him and he saw through Derek real quick, apparently. And he was still kind of wondering where he got his information, but I think we both know where he got it. Here. And that is that. But anyway, he was sent, I think, to feel us out because there are clan members and clan houses, I guess, here that have their local government kind of thing. It's like a mayor, maybe, but it's like the real tribe. They have the tribe's best interest at heart, unlike maybe some people we've already wasted our time talking to. So, yeah, I think we're making headway and going to be able to accomplish helping these folks here too before we move on. So I'm feeling pretty good today about the decision come early. It's the perfect time to be here. Obviously wanted this not 2 weeks. We just did. I needed to decompress and work some fucking class. I'm feeling good about it. He needed to decompress and do what he does. He's feeling good about it. And I'm like, well, man, there's a whole lot of like parallel boom, boom, boom with me and this gentleman. And I'm looking at all of it as not a coincidence, to answer your question. By new, Creator told me, come here and sit. And someone will come knocking. And sure as shit. Someone came knocking. It's the same persons. They put Derek Bros out on his ear, legally in paper, discommunicating him or whatever they did. Hi, Heather. Well, my friend Wolf, I think we have a long, strange road ahead. This gentleman we're meeting with is fully aware of my intent to try to get Planet Heaven's population back to Planet Heaven. And at root, that's my goal here, to meet with whoever meets with the Enlilites and give them a message to the Enlilites that they meet. I would hope. Of course, that's all I can hope for. Those are delicious nectarines and pears.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I got for that. I am impressed with Hopi produce. Now, I'm not even sure if that was Hopi, but I bought it off of one. Who's in the Grand Canyon with a dress? Blue marine. I don't know. I don't know. Positive only. We've had enough negative dished out to us. It is a journey. I'm not sure where we're going tomorrow or if we'll have reception. If we don't have reception, I have permission to record. Like I said today, out of respect, I'm not to unless I have permission. And he straight up, you know, I told him, I said, yeah, I have the feed on. He's like, no, it's cool. So I think he understands that
He records his stuff anyways.
you are the tribe. You're not my tribe. You're the tribe. You're all different skin colors and places on the on the globe. Something he had told me, Bros was trying to pull the tribes together in a spot, and I'm all like, well, see, that's I see bringing the tribes together as one tribe, wherever your heart tells you are. It doesn't matter. You're the tribe of Earth. There is no gathering of coming together in one spot. That's not what the tribe of Earth does. And he was like, ding ding, dude. And I guess so that's what I see. I'm sure that's what we've been doing over here. Is we're one planet, one tribe. That doesn't, and I've told you 100,000 times if I said it once. You won't get my marching orders from me. You're going to listen to your old language and get it from our mother and our father, our leaders of tribe Earth. You'll be in the right place if you listen, and that is the truth. Yeah, and when we leave here, we're all the same. We're all an electromagnetic soul. It's that simple. We leave our skin color, our bloodlines, all that over here. That's when we leave. That was our outfit for school. That's all that was. We're all magnets, electromagnetic forces, creation. That's our soul. That's our source. Creator sends us everything we need instantaneously through that. Nothing else would make sense. I wouldn't have a transfer mechanism to supply that. I wouldn't have it. It would be a cut chain. You would it just we'd be ass out in creation. And come to find out, that's not the way we were designed. We are not ass out. We are the difference in many situations. And it's just we've been divided by some people that forgot that they were amazing like us. We made them afraid of themselves. That's the irony of it. Yeah, Source has get again. I'm still on the. Have I ever had a moment of free will in my life? I can't answer that. Only because of the creepy tale that these motherfucking people have written centuries before I was born. Very specific fucking stupid shit that I've done comes to light in that tale. And I, did I have free will in it? I don't know. To a point, maybe, but I really fucking don't know how much of my life has actually been a free will thing. It seems every turn I've made was made to bring us to this point. I had to read that language. I had to do things to make that happen, for the knowledge to be there already. Um, I know for a fact throughout my life I've gone through these things, but I never made the actual decision to do them because of something in the future I needed to know, like how to read a hieroglyph. So that just I don't know about free will in my case. I I I don't feel like I had much of a choice. Every time I fought the way I was supposed to go, life got harder, and then I let go and went with the wind, and boom, everything becomes easy. And I'm all like, is that what is that? What is that? Is that universe not letting this time go? What? Why did the fucking hood blow off of this truck and break my windshield in the middle of the goddamn desert to where we found snake number two? None of this is coincidence, and it wasn't free will. It wasn't a free thought of mine. Maybe I could have continued to drive on, but Judith telling me, man, we need to pull over was a fucking coffin nail. I couldn't fight my heart telling me I needed to pull over, and Judy too. How much of that is free will and how much of it is divine intervention in my life? I don't know. But it's been one hell of a fucking journey, and I don't want to know how it ends. So please do keep your hopey tales to yourself. This guy don't want to know. Because obviously we're on a journey that somebody wrote about a long time ago. And I like to have a couple surprises. It's, of course, aggravating sometimes, not knowing. But it's always so much more rewarding when it comes to light. It's like, oh my God, Captain Obvious here. Seeing as what I think, I was chosen and driven to a fucking point, and yeah, I'm okay with that. I think I might have agreed, but I could definitely see an influence after this trip. I think I'm talking to the choir about that because you've seen these things happen as we're doing a completely different thing we set out to do and bring information. We're finding more. It's I don't see any coincidence. Again, I that's why I named this no coincidences. I really that's there is no coincidence that we're here in this time. I see it like some cats really aggressed against the whole of creation, not realizing the damage they're doing, and Creator has, in a very merciful way, decided that they need to know where they messed up, where they can fix it, and go home because He doesn't want them to be atom dust. It wouldn't be recognized. So I'm seeing people recognize stuff, and it makes me feel good that we aren't wasting our time up here. This time we're talking to the people. I'm old about these folks. I don't know how to speak in their language. I don't know what they've been, and I just know what I know, and I don't know how they're going to take it. And that's just I've said it 100 times. I wake up every morning wondering who's going to punch me in the face for saying the things I say, and so far nobody has. I'm losing your signal again. They won't even look at the moon. Some people won't. It's aggravating. The theory is like, dude, time out. Could possibly happen. Something actually happening is not a theory. It is an action of occurrence. The moon rises like this, it rolls 180 degrees and sets upside down. That is not a theory. That is something you can witness with your eyes. But yeah, people will come at you about your theories. It's like, dude, I don't have a theory about this. I've watched it with my own eyes. Hmm. Yeah, Heather, that puts it in perspective, doesn't it? the fucking chair off, fucking with this. I don't know. Hmm. The red, yeah, the reds, and there's a new Aurora named Steve. Steve. I'm blaming
Hello,
Steve.
Steve.
I know, right? It's like Steve. He's normal now. Mm. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry for all of your losses and troubles you're going through um, with health. Um, they've been making us weak for a long time by design. I think that's one reason the healing has been brought back to us, of course, that it's our original design. That we have to band together and start healing. Um, that's what we do. That's why I keep telling folks, it's been nice that you've been along for the journey, but now I kind of need your help. I need you to put it into your own hands and embrace the magnet that you were made to be. I can't do it myself. I see a lot of you out there actually embracing it, playing with your magnet, seeing what you can and can't do, and working on what you can't do until you can. Because there should be no limitation to what you can do. You're entangled with every atom in existence instantaneously. It's this that keeps us from doing it. Yeah, we are growing stronger. I can feel strength in my magnet that isn't mine, that wasn't there last year. I get a lot more chatter than I used to in the old language. Um, Even those that you tell are catching on at some points. Some of the ones that have rejected it are coming around. Um, it's a matter of time. You can't convince somebody. The only ones that can talk to people's hearts are Creator and Mama. I I don't know their hearts that well. And right now, Creator's taking home some select folks that um, they don't need to go through what we're fixing to go through. Said here in the end, we're going to lose some good souls, but we're not losing anybody. They're just going home. We'll see them again. They're still the individuals they always have been. We may be one great big old magnetic force, but we're a bunch of individual magnets. Creator wanted you to have your own soul. It's different from everybody else's by a little bit, but the same in all the important parts. The little bit is the signature that makes you you, an individual, just like every other magnet in existence. We're no different. More cray cray to come. Yes, sir. This is just the beginning. and it's just barely beginning. Um, Long strange trip ahead. Long strange trip behind. It doesn't seem like it's getting any more boring, just a little bit more exciting than it was yesterday. um, I knew if I came here, I kept being shown, come here, come here. You know, you can sit here. Just go there and meet with the people over here, and someone's going to come knocking. And
Somebody came knocking.
someone came knocking. For fuck's sake, it isn't going to take weeks and months. And if it does, it does. We're here for that. That's why I have a little bit of money so we can eat while we're sitting here on this mesa. That was my whole intent, and that's what we're doing. He was like, I hope you're not in a hurry. I was like, nope, I am not in a hurry.
Not
Um,
me near near one.
Not even close to a hurry. I'm walking around in my little flip flops. My toes hanging out, bro. I'm kind of pretending this is my front porch. I know it's yours, but I'm here until asked to leave. He goes, well, don't let anybody chase you out of here. He says, there's some that might want to. He says, but he's known around here, so he doesn't see us having too many problems as long as people know that he's here um, talking with us. So I don't expect any problems. Our creator asked us to come here, so I drove the bus right here, and I have full faith that creator's work will be done while we're here, and I see it starting to happen already. The way I was kind of shown, because I come up here with no idea who to talk to. Creator's like, I have someone that will talk to you. I'm like, okay, that's how does that work? I'm not going to go knocking on doors, and my door would be knocked upon, and it sure as heck has been by somebody I get a from their intent that is working towards the same goal here. Cheers, 7:20. I don't know what time it is. Here off the road for a little bit. I needed to reflect. I came here out of full faith that Creator is going to drive this. I I uh, I saw yesterday a confirmation that it's needed because the folks we have spoken to haven't helped the people with the information about their corn, let alone what's coming. Um, I'm glad I listened to the little voice that said, just come up here and park. You're going to meet the people. Someone will help the people. So yeah, you bet I'm at peace. I'm I'm feeling no urgency to go on to the next tribe anymore.
We've already visited the
We've
tribe.
been there. We've been there. And I see them doing good that we did. The Utes are talking about the moon and fucking everybody's making greenhouses to feed their families. I'm really I couldn't have hoped for a better result when we left. I expected trouble. I expected resistance. I expected to be called all kinds of names and shunned and all kinds of shit. I expected all kinds of shit. That never happened. None of that ever happened. The only ones that shut are the fucking trolls like Bros and Lee and the people that work for that organization of dispelling truth. It's only it's the only opposition I've really met, including Mr. Eagle. Mr. Eagle gave us more by throwing a fit like he did than if he'd have kept his mouth shut. I was like, oh damn, this guy doesn't even want to talk about the info. Doesn't even want to hear the information I have because I'm the wrong color to have that information, and he stopped that from happening. And I was like, well, okay, this is the first time in my life I've ever been hatefully treated, and they have turned down any beneficial anything for themselves out of hate for me for my skin color. And I took that as a fucking lesson. I know how that feels now. I can honestly say I've never felt that before in my life. I've never been in that position in my life
Until then.
until then. And now I know. Now I know what it feels like. It sucks. It's like, oh my God, dude, I'm only here to try to help you. Somebody else my color did that to you. And that's what I'm here to say is we can't be doing this to each other anymore. And out of fear, he perpetuated division. And I'm like, damn, I see that. I get it. But it needs to stop. I'm not saying that just because he hated me. Just, you know, we need to stop hating each other. That's been
Division needs to end.
our fucking message since the beginning of this, and it was reinforced by Mr. Eagle for me. We really need to stop this. And on the contrast, the day before, where we held council with the fucking council of the Lakota Sioux in the South Dakota, uh, with Bryce in the woods, fucking totally contradictory to what happened the next day. Oh my god, uh, it's been a real eye opener, you know. And yeah, I had been stressed out. My God, man, I didn't know how any of these folks were going to act, and I just knew I had to try to help everybody. I driving in a 35-year-old vehicle with my ass out in the air, and I didn't want to fuck up. I didn't want to miss anyone's opportunity for having the information, and that was stressing me out a lot. Now I got two things to deal with: the Hopi and their brothers, the Havasu, and we've got a few months to take care of that. So I'm not feeling. Uh, I'm feeling good because I know that we're in the right spot right now. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling. That's why I'm calm.
You got plenty of time. See?
Yeah, I want to say, you know, of course you've seen us give up our home and everything and the family and all that for this also, but I don't feel quite like I've maybe surrendered is a good word for it. I don't feel like I've lost anything. We've exponentially gained for it. Um, yeah, I feel you. I get you. That's it's right on the yeah. It's where we should be, Judith. Um, we should be raising our children under the magnet and our no fear rule. That's how I feel. We should be doing these things, and en masse we're not. But when we do, it looks odd. Uh, I guess I get called lots of names. I'm really happy I got it again. I know I already mentioned it, but these are the folks that literally, uh, I can't think of it, discommunicated Derek Bros from the Hopi. Like, he's not allowed around here. And listening today, I got a lot more of the story about what happened here. Um, and I am so glad he has no questions in his heart that I am not associated with that guy. I tell you that right now. I was like, as soon as he brought up his name, I'm like, oh, yeah, that guy. Wow. Yeah, that's right. He was over here trying to steal your all shit, wasn't he? I had almost forgotten about all that, actually, until he mentioned it. And then it kind of hit me. I was like, oh, damn. that's that's why so many of their elders and wisdom holders, other than their culture department, are so offish, and them also down there because of what Bros did. And I'm very glad that they realize that Jesus, this guy isn't associated with that freak. Freaking asshole. I am one of his. I don't want to say victim because that makes me a victim, but you seen what he did to me, right? I'd say that was a learning process more than being a victim because every time they did something, it exposed who they were, what they were doing. It was crazy. It was crazy going through it, was it not? It was crazy trying to make sense out of it, and then all of a sudden, boom, there it is. Oh shit, we got all over their soul recycled shit, and they're setting up 48 hertz in the movie screen. Well, Derek Bros, the fucking movie CEO dude, and the whole Mossad and all that shit. And I was like, oh my God, man. But it exposed all that. So, I mean, it would have been scary if it had kept going and we wouldn't have figured out what was going on, you know? I mean, fucking, you guys were being influenced. Glenn was being followed around. There was, all of us were being influenced by that group of individuals just because we were walking around talking about the moon. And apparently, he took the information he learned here and brought it to the Hopi. And that was the topic. And he was getting it at, talking about it. And he's like, the information he had, he shouldn't have had. And it was a question where he got it. And I'm like, well, I have a pretty good idea because he'd been following me around for a while. He says, yeah, I think he probably got it from you too. Congratulations, Heather. He didn't wait till you were 80. Well, you got time to enjoy with him now. Beautiful. See, I'm excited. We really had a good conversation as of nothing what I actually expected it to be. He drove the
The
conversation,
whole
of course,
conversation was out of the
and
blue.
I was very happy to that he came and talked to me because I love to listen, and I've got a lot more better picture of what had happened here with Bros than not that I needed to know, but it feels good to know that these people know I'm not associated with that, and I that is encouraging all by itself in this time, of course, because I wasn't sure what had happened here, but I guess he really got like discommunicated, official paperwork, and everything was drawn up to legally make sure he can never come back on Hopi land, and I found that out. So he's obviously done some nefarious shit while he was here, and I'm glad that they saw that I'm not connected with that. I'm really happy about that because I'm simply, against all that. I think we're on the right path here, and I wanted to let y'all know that because you were here when he came in, but as soon as I wanted to show him pictures, of course, we lost the feed. But I think tomorrow we're going to go look at their wall. One of them, anyways, with the writing on it, and I'm going to ask again, but I've already got permission. He said you can record. I'm going to ask again, but I would be real happy to bring y'all live out there.
If there's signal.
If there's signal, it's 30 miles from here. Um,
If not, you'll probably try to
if
record
not,
it.
I will record it on the camera and download it for you. That's for sure. So that's what's going on tomorrow. Um, Probably early in the morning, I imagine. He said he's going to come out here with his tools. We might start out the day cleaning the lot. I told him I'd help. And my policy, I like to leave places cleaner than what I found them anyways. So this will be a great opportunity to help. And that's what we came here to do is help. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty fucking good about being here. And if I'm really, really relaxed, I apologize for not being myself. But
Uh-huh.
I just drove 3 fucking grueling days through the fucking country again to get here, and I'm pretty happy to be here. I'm in no hurry to go anywhere. We are going to need milk soon in the next day or so, but we'll find a store that sells milk. I'm good. We've got food, and I made sure that we would have provisions for food if we're here for a prolonged period. Um, we may be. I don't know. I just drive the bus. I'm going to let these folks put the pace on it. We're here for a reason. I have in my heart where we're going to help people. Um, I don't I don't know what Creator has in His heart, so we'll find that out together. Because there is no coincidence, no matter what happens here.
That whole conversation kind of came out of the blue.
It was a knock at the door.
Yep.
Mr. Eric Catfish Briggs, he said, did something like that. He had my whole name.
Catfish.
Mr. Catfish, Eric. He called me by my name. At the time, I had just assumed it was those guys that I talked to earlier that had sent him here. But to come to
That's
find
what I
out,
thought too. Because
that's not the case.
yeah,
Who I've never got to visit, never is one of them. I got to meet her. Now, after he left, I went over there and talked with her. And she was an older lady, all right. She was a very nice woman. And I got to talk with her, too, and thank her for being here. I don't know. So I guess maybe throughout the times we've been here, people remember what we said and where we've been. Hi, Joe. Welcome to the corner. And yeah, he said he went to the channel because a friend of his in Colorado uh, um, watches us, and that's when I opened up pictures. He was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I got where you're going with that," and he started explaining um, the Hopi side of it and stuff. And then I told him, I says, "Well, again, there's no coincidence in the fact that all this is parallel because the Hopi are actually the ones that drew the depiction I translated. It's just they drew it in Giza a long time ago, left their mark on it. So it's already been a crazy day, a great day, beautiful
Is
day.
that his charger?
Hmm?
I think that's his charger.
I think it is. He'll be back in the morning. I think it is his charge. We'll keep it safe for him. Can I see my pipe that you're choking on? Thank you. Cheers. Cheers. So I left most of my hemp in the guys' cars today, hoping to see them tomorrow. We have plenty of medication rope. He gave me a tobacco that they grow that's different than tobacco. He says you don't inhale it. He says you just kind of breathe it in. It's just inhaling, but not directly. Just breathing a little bit of smoke. It's like a sage. And he gave me some. This, I know what it looks like wild. So that's a tea. He told me how to make it, and I'm going to make it this evening after dinner.
Sounds like you have a fun day ahead of you.
I love you, Glenn. Hi, Sonia. 1748 hertz. Go in the land yacht.
Oh,
Pretty sure we're going to take the land yacht there.
no.
He told me it's 30 some miles away, and I imagine he was telling me that because, well, he walked home.
Mm-hmm.
He'll probably, well, I don't know. He said something about a truck, so he might bring his truck tomorrow. But either way, there's, you know, the land yacht is available for sailing up to these sites. They're special sites.
They said he said we're within this places we can go, that they won't kick us out.
Yes. So we're going to go to one of those tomorrow, I think. Possibly. If not tomorrow, the next day, maybe. But I do know I intend to hang out here in the parking lot and help them clean it up tomorrow. So we'll do that for sure. Um, I think I'm tired early because I've had an exciting day. And he was excited. So
He definitely felt it.
yeah, it was a good meeting. I'm glad he came here.
He seemed pretty fucking excited because a lot of the information he had to give there, you know, a lot of it we knew a good amount of it.
Huh?
He seemed pretty excited when we knew the amount of it
Mm-hmm.
that we did.
Yeah. We
He seemed pretty interested in the rocks, too.
yep. We had a really good conversation, and um, when we hit on a topic, um, he didn't feel comfortable talking about some things because he's under obligation not to. Uh, I didn't push because I already know. Um, some of them. I had brought them up, of course, and it has to do with the Inlilites and how they run the things, how I know about the elders going in. I said one of my major goals here is I don't necessarily even need to go, but I want the Enlilites that they're meeting with in that canyon to have a message because I have one for them that might clear up their confusion and of themselves and help them heal what they need to in planet heaven. And he did say something along the lines that they have a teaching that is exactly that. Um, so I'm seeing that what I came here to do is probably going to happen, and that's again, it's not really a big surprise. I just wanted this out of curiosity. I was like curious, how is this going to go down? Because God, I don't even know who to talk to at this point, and it's been brought to us at this point. So I thought that was awesome. Well, Miss B, some people do care, and I think we met one. And he holds a position in his community. And I know he's conversing with higher ups in his community. He is a messenger and was sent to me by somebody else to feel me out, to make sure I'm not a bros kind of thing. And I'm game. I don't want anything from these folks, and if that's what they want to know, then they'll find that out. But the conversation we had today ensures me we are in the right place and with the right intent to do creators work because it's coming parallel knocking at the door. And I've seen crazier things on this journey. I drove 3 days knowing that someone was going to knock on our door, and it's happened. And they he let me know that yes, I'm not wrong, and he can't talk about certain things, and I let that go, of course, because I mean, why would I force somebody to talk about something they already told me they can't? So we talked about other things, but it is in the works getting a message to these folks that meet with the Enlilites. That's a thing that's being weighed. I see, and that's all I could ask for. I don't. That's all I could ask for is for that message to get to the Israelites, and um, the Hopi cover their corn so they can feed themselves in the time to come. That's that's the only two things I really want to come out of this. And when they're accomplished, we're to move on to the blue waters. Why? I don't know. Maybe that it will be answered here for us. I don't know. I haven't even brought that subject up yet at all because it's not Hopi, and but in a way it is because the Havasu are their family. So, anyways, that's going to come up too, probably tomorrow. It's the one tribe I keep getting shown, and I keep avoiding. But in this time, I know I'm not allowed to do that. That's not. It's not like I'm not allowed to. It was like I was supposed to before, and now is the time that we need to talk to the fucking people of the Blue Waters. Not today, but in the very that we're hop, skip, and a fucking jump from them soon. So that's I don't want to walk into that canyon. I'm not a fan of heights. I feel a certain way about being deep in a canyon with this tribe. Um, it's not out of fear, maybe a little. I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't the time. Now I feel like I have no other option than to go there because I need to talk to one of their elders too. That's the difference between the last time I was here and this time. I'm like, okay, the only thing I'm anxious to do is the one thing I haven't wanted to do this whole time. And I've been aware of them. I've been in their backyard and I've ignored it because I didn't want to go to the canyon. I didn't want to have to climb down a mountain and then back up. I'm old. I get the feelings I'm meant to be here to learn one more thing about them, not the Hopi, before I go down there. I don't know what that is. No idea. We'll find out together, though. Who's being kicked out? No, Derek Bros got kicked out. And when he mentioned his name, I got the chills because Derek Bros fucking followed me through life and these folks through life, making life hell right here on this fucking channel. And the whole time, I guess he was here dispelling shit to the Hopi and trying to steal their shit and doing all kinds of subversive acts that are just fucking typical of the fucking snake. And saw that, of course, in him. I don't know exactly what he was doing, but and it, as far as I could tell, it wasn't the actual government that we've been talking to. It's the ones that we came here to talk to this time that kicked Derek out. It's the people of the Hopi kicked Derek out of here, not the federally recognized government of the Hopi. So, like I told him, I was like, man, I got my own story about bros. I said, I am just truly grateful that you're not confusing me with part of his group. And he's like, no, 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 you are. he assured me that he's been friends actually, kind of like me with Bobby Maverick, and he described the way Bobby treated me is the way his friend treated him over Derek too. And I was like, damn, okay, yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad he went through that personal, although it was shitty for him to have to go through it. But I'm glad he did, so he can see that I'm not part of that. That was one thing I kind of worried about a couple years ago. But in the process of dealing with Derek, I kind of forgot he was here. I wasn't even thinking about it when he mentioned his name, and I was like, "Oh shit! Oh yeah, that guy! Oh shit! Here comes the topic that I've always feared coming out of them to assimilate me with Derek Bros." And the only reason he did that is to tell me how he is not assimilating me with Derek Bros, who has. It's not only the Hopi people he seriously transgressed upon. We got a bit of that too. They tried to fucking frame me and John for hate crime and shit, and fucking follow us around in real life, fucking harassing us. That wasn't on YouTube. All of a sudden, there's Derek or Eric or fucking D5 Unser in our private life. You know, uh, we went through that as a group. It was crazy, and then they disappeared. All of them disappeared. Derek tried to kill his handler, and now he's running from the fucking federal government that he used to serve. I'm like, oh my god, dude, look at this shit. Look at this. You can't make up a script like that. Look at that shit. That's some fucking TV after school drama shit, dude. Fucking Derek and his crew. Jeez, dude. Yeah, when he mentioned that name, all that shit came back to the forefront. I'm like, I don't like that guy very much. India, we're all spirits. Um, Creator's got my back. I walk through the valley of death, and therefore I fear no shadows. I am the light. They can't look upon us. Only if they open their fucking eyes. There's no fear here. I have no fear of energies of the opposite polarity. We have seen the best the forces of darkness have to offer, and we're still here. They aren't. They are not. And they couldn't shake you or Glenn or me out of the knowledge that we hold. The moon's doing a fucking cartwheel and it shouldn't. They tried. They tried everything they could think of. They even tried to fucking frame us for hate crime. They worked against everything, and they still do through fucking Lee. That's the best they got for us, sweetheart. Fuck the dark side. Fuck a whole bunch of them right in the butt with a fucking truth. That's all it takes. They're done. See, they're done. They're gone. They ain't even holding up their hands. They just fucking boop. They're gone. I don't even see D5 on the fucking line anymore. I used to run into him everywhere I went. He used to take great joy in threatening my son's life to shut me up, and it just made me louder. Those guys. The mere thought of a dark spirit makes me laugh. That's where I'm at with it. It's so pathetic. They have no power. None. The creator is the power that powers the good and the bad. You can't inherit the creator's power for self meaning. It's impossible to do in physics. You have to be that frequency to inherit fucking, and it's something you can't fake. Good will overcome. In the rest of the universe, it is one planet, one tribe. This planet will be one tribe again. I have no doubt. We may have a whole plethora of fucking skin colors, which is unique in the universe, as I'm led to believe. I haven't seen, but it's been brought to me through parallel sources. The Lakota, um, Mother, and the Anuagi Michael, who, much like the Lakota, arrived here in a mist. Their 15-point family teepee is the way home to their home star. They're supposed to be here helping. Bryce, good example of a helper. Mr. Eagle, same tribe, different faction. I gave that over to Bryce. I told him what happened. And he agreed that he might have a better solution than sending me back if I upset him so deeply for being the wrong DNA, the wrong color. Um, his brother needs to help him understand what time it is and how to love again. He's had a hard time. And I get it. Standing Rock? Okay, that should ring some bells for you, right? Yeah, they were fighting Obama for the oil thing, and the federal government was just up there aggressive. And then Trump made it happen. So they got the pipeline through there. I understand Mr. Eagle had acute butt hurt syndrome from white people. I understand. I'm not blaming. So to better get maybe the information to Mr. Eagle, it should come from someone else. And I contacted Bryce and was like, well, you've got the parallel message I do. And he was like, yep, we all have our own battles. Thank you. And so he's obviously uh, better than I could with Mr. Eagle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right, Spark. When we leave, we're on the EM field and we don't have any bloodline or skin color with us. We're a soul. We're an electromagnetic field of life. We're like an atom, but not quite as small. You know what I mean? We're not as big as a sun. We're not as big as a planet with our light. We're getting there. I don't even think I have a light as bright as Kiff's. I think he's a teach us. I'm starting to have some goosebumps on that. I think animals are here. There's a higher spirit than me. So they're closer to the unconditional love, denial. but I'm learning. All the same, yes, sir. Except for maybe that line. That line right there. It's a little bit different than yours. That's, we got a different soul print, brother, because we are individuals in creation. How could creation be grand if not every one of us are destined to be a son one day? Yeah, we need to care for them. Shame.
And just got my shoes off.
I was just letting you know he's speaking for loud. I'm hearing a little bastard. What are you telling me, Chico? You got food? You got food.
Campus had enough of our bullshit.
Yes, Kiss has had plenty of bullshit. Um, you walk out with him in your hands, please.
No.
You heard the res dogs out back, right? Barking. Make sure there's no res dogs gonna eat your dog before you let him touch the ground. Oh, because you're making life difficult over here. I gotta fix what you fucked up, then I'll take you out. Kiff wants. We're not there. Just, like I said, make sure before you go putting the junior down on the ground. I would call for you, but I know you ain't gonna hear me anyway. Come here. Having a deaf dog takes a few days to get used to. I'm used to saying no or making a psst noise and getting their attention. Does not work with this guy. And the fact that he can't see anything kind of negates hand signals. It's going to take time to train him. Now that I'm standing up and realizing I'm going to have to go potty too. Oh, there. Just had one of the res dogs say hi. So, as ripe as these are, I suggest we eat them till they're gone.
Get him, Chico.
They're fucking absolutely delicious.
Get him, Chico. Don't take that shit.
Mm. I'll lose my camera again. This is where we're at. There's the dog he was talking to. Hi, Jeff. Oh, good little puppy. You want to smell that? Do you think you'd like that? Here. Do you like that? Well, you do. He likes pear. Good boy. Get away from my pear. Mm. Are you serious? Okay, serious. He actually likes pear. Hi, Brenda. You have a good night, hon. Get you some rest. Hmm. Chico just sniffed it and walked away. Like, ew. I can't believe he just offered that to me. And Kiff ate it. Who likes pears? I wonder if that means our battery's getting low. Oh, not bad. Battery charged a little bit. It was a good pair. I hope pears can't hurt dogs because this one likes pears. I find it kind of cool. He's sitting here eating a pear. Got it a little bit anyway. I was like running the land yacht. Leave this 45. Yes, you did, Judith.
It just says be careful for how much you give them, but it is healthy.
Keep that's any for anybody actually. Get you some rest. Keep strong for us, Judith. I find it funny he likes pears. I mean, like, he sniffed it and licked it, and I was like, well, did you really want some? And he ate it. Well, I guess you did.
You're confused what it was.
I put a little bit on my knee, he sniffed it out, and licked it right off my knee. Well, I guess you really do like pear then. That's funny. I like pear too. See, we have even more in common, Kiff, than we even knew. Now you can clean my hands. He's licking the juice right off my finger. See how that works? That's symbiotic. They gave me this stuff. They said it's bear root. grows. I do questions about their medicines. Um, this one looks much like epinephrine, but it's not. I'm wondering if it's in the same family, stuff like that. So, but I'm going to taste this tonight, and it smells like it might be actually pretty good. But that's the tea they grow here.
About to ask, you mean tea?
Yeah, the tea. Fuzzy face little freak. You're growing on me, you know that, you little puppy. All he wants to do is kiss you. He's like, kid, let me kiss you. Yeah, I'm a puppy. He is such a good natured little creature. See, I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. I only want to do good stuff. You like my minerals. He said, you like my minerals. Crazy little dog. Ah, what a good day. Here's your moon. She's high off of the horizon. Still slightly top lit. She'd be rolling a little bit still before she sets bottom lit tonight. Orion, once again, after midnight, you can look into the east and see Orion rising flat on his back like a drunk. Orion is lying flat on his back at midnight in the east. By 1 o'clock, he's above the horizon really well, where you can actually see it's completely Orion laying on his back. But he starts coming up about midnight. He's laying flat on his fucking back. Now by morning, he's standing up because he hasn't got clear across the sky yet. Orion is the winter hunter. Are we even in fall yet? Do the math. Go ahead, do the math. Orion, 1 o'clock, up in the fucking sky, nice and high. Not early in the mornings, like he's just now coming into view or anything. He's not even close to the sun. You see, we are so fucking far out of orbit. It's not even funny. You shouldn't be seeing Orion unless it's really close to the sun right now. Because all summer, he's supposed to be on the other side of the sun. That motherfucker's rising in the east at about midnight. Go down with the sun. This motherfucker's at 2 o'clock at midnight behind your ass coming at all. Just letting you know. That is something also you can observe in your own sky. Orion should not be where he is, let alone laying on his back. You shouldn't be able to see Orion. Not like you're seeing him now. He's the winter hunter. We just entered fucking September, and he's at the midnight position in our sky. That's fucked up, folks. Where are we in orbit? The fuck if I know. I'm seeing Scorpius in the sky early in the night. That's how we determine our birth sign, rising through our sign. It looks like where Orion is in the east. About midnight, coming up over the horizon. By 1 o'clock, that motherfucker's up over the horizon, flat on his back. That is nowhere near the time zone he should be in the sky at this time of year. He should be right there with the sun this time of year and all summer, but he hasn't been. He's right behind you. Right now, Orion's behind us. It's crazy. He should not be. He should be over here right now. And he's over here right now. That's an orbit thing. That's not a rotation thing. Because the constellation of Orion lies on the other side of the sun of us in the summertime, and you can't see the fucking thing. And as we come around in orbit, there he is, you know? And he's in the midnight position in our sky, is what I'm trying to say. It's that's impossible if we didn't see Orion all summer. He shouldn't be where he is because we've been looking at the winter hunter for 12 fucking months. And he's at the midnight section of our sky right now. That is nowhere near where he should be. If he is supposed to be the winter hunter, he's been hiding all for the summer. He shouldn't be way over here in September. That's impossible if we're in the right orbit. Yes, we are in not normal spot. I don't even know where we're at in space at this point, Lily. It's crazy. I was worried, I mean, of course, our moon's doing a cartwheel, okay? That's acutely visual. But you kind of have to watch Orion for a little bit longer than one night, And we've been keeping an eye on him. You've been around and realizing, oh my God, this guy's moving around in places he shouldn't be. And this year in particular is even more so obvious than it has been. Our orbit's changed. Not only our tilt, our orbit itself has changed. How? I don't know. I don't know in what manner or whatever. All I know is we're looking at Orion and shouldn't be at midnight. And it's weird. I haven't figured that parameter out. The rock and roll of the moon, that's easy. Us seeing Orion at midnight, early September, should be abso-fucking-lutely fucking possible. But it's been there all summer. Obviously, or it wouldn't be at midnight right now. It would just be around the sun, like it should be in this season. You can't see Orion for 3-4 months out of the year. They tell you exact dates. I would hate to start popping off dates and be a day or two off, because I know Lee would make a great sound bite with that. But I do know for a fact Orion is a winter hunter, and he should not be seen in the summer. And we've been watching him all summer, and as evidence of that itself, I don't have to point it out all night, every night, but I can point out to you that now, when in late September, Orion is supposed to be coming out around the fucking sun. This is early September, and Orion is at your midnight position in the sky. That's fucked up. That's period. Big old period right there. Kind of like the moon doing a cartwheel fucked up. That is orbital fucked up. To me, that's a little bit even bigger than the actual tilt and the moon doing a cartwheel. Because, I mean, I'm sure you understand the parameters of that and the ramifications therein. Something's fucking with our orbit. Not just our tilt. Now the orbit's getting really fucked up. What's coming? I'll tell you what's coming. That fucking planet took 3 years to get its ass up here. We've been watching Orion. We've been held in orbit. Right here. It's odd. Trying to figure out, how did that planet get up behind us if we're orbiting around the sun without ever coming out of the shadow? It was like a confusion until I started realizing, oh my God, wait a minute. We're not orbiting. We're sitting still in space. We're tidal locked between the suns. That's exciting, isn't it? I thought. I was like, wow. Okay. So that's the only thing that I can deduce from that. And I've been watching it, as you know, for some time now. And it's just, that's my only conclusion after a couple of years of watching our sky now with the stars and not really paying too much attention to the moon. I've been watching our constellations. And I see ones I'm not supposed to be. And they're just, we're held in orbit. We're being held in orbit. So that is something I've convinced myself that I could actually prove in a court of law. So I'm making it official. Yeah, fuck, man. It ain't just our tilt. We got stopped in time, so to speak. Yes, Lily. Time stood still. for the last couple of years. It's been Orion in the sky. That shouldn't happen. I shouldn't have to look at Orion being a drunk every day for the whole year. I should never see Orion being a drunk, rising on his back and landing on his face. I definitely shouldn't see him at midnight in September. Yet history does. I mean, we're here. Present tells us we'll be fine because this has definitely happened and we're still here. Yes. Yep. We'll be all right. Anybody embracing their design is going to be great. Sparky's going to be cool. You going to be cool. I'm a little worried for your neighbors. So much willful ignorance in the world today, and that is free will. So, again, we ain't here to oppress the information on anybody. I'm here to offer it. Yeah, Spark, it is pretty cool, man. Uh, I, I gotta say, what last year, the year before, when we actually noticed Orion was out of place, I was like, "Fuck, he's an easy target because he is the winter hunter. You should never see him in the summer." He has bounced around the sky quite a little bit, but I've never lost track of him, and he seems to be staying away from the sun of this last year completely. So he's not even doing the full gambit with the moon like he was last fall. He was doing the whole sky roll with the moon in tandem, rising on his back and setting on his face. But yeah, he's rising on his back in the east, but it's so late in the night he doesn't have time to go across the sky before the sun rises again. But he's been in the sky since midnight. You know what I mean? He's got himself a good 6 hours in the sky, which is exactly where he should never be. What's up, Nick? How you doing? We just talking about Orion rising on the east about midnight and being above the horizon about 1 o'clock in the morning, flat on his back of late, and being is how he's the winter hunter. Early September should never show Orion at our midnight sky like that. He should be very close to the sun because we shouldn't have seen him at all this summer. But there he is at midnight, rising in the east, because he's been there all summer. And, I mean, designating very much, very specifically that our orbit has been retarded in extreme amounts. Yeah, this is thank you. The current day, we're still here. It's obviously a survivable event because we can see very clearly that we've had novas in the past and we're still here. This is not a time of fear. You're absolutely correct. over your house at midnight. Yeah, see, Orion shouldn't be there at midnight. Sandia. But takes Captain Obvious sometimes pointing these things out. Because we've got other more important things to worry about. Except for me, I've been in this motherfucking tin can for 2 years trying to show people what's going on in the sky. So I have been noticing that. I just, you know me, I want to investigate and prove and before I like say anything on here because if I say something crazy like that, it might negate some of the fucking awesome shit that we've actually discovered and stuff. So we've been talking about it, but I'm letting you know right now. Uh, yeah, we have been retarded in our orbit for about 3 years now. That answers a lot of questions, but it brings up a million more, doesn't it? Hi, Joe. Mm. Yeah, that's a different spectrum in the sky. See, and people don't think about that, but they do look at it. Yeah, Joe. Yes, I agree. It's becoming a regular thing because these suns are closer, and that's fuck. What else? What else could it be? If the, you know, what else could it be? Yeah, of course. Hi, I'm Captain Obvious. There is becoming more prevalent because they are definitely closer and influencing our atmosphere a lot more than they had been a few years ago. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. It's becoming more frequent and more prevalent, a lot brighter too. You can see that it's not Roy G. Biv at all trying to present itself. It's all like, well, okay, that's pretty fucking definitively not white light spectrum. I sure. So I'm having problems with signal. Your shit keeps Spiky Schumann. Yeah, the spiky Schumann can cause sickness, and we're seeing it accentuate and cause sickness. The giant LED over the plate. Shit, now we live in a grow house. A lot of times I'm getting tired around 2 to 4 o'clock. Feel like I can't get anything done. It's like if I even forcing myself to, I need to lay down, lay down. 4 o'clock, I feel like a fucking new guy. I'm convinced it's one of the behemoths over our head that does that to me for a couple hours every day. You thought it was just you? Nope. It's me. It's you. It's Richard. Um, Ca- Carol. Carol has the same problem. It's a magnetic oppression. It feels very like frontal lobe shut down. It almost like makes gives me a numb feeling in the front of my head, and it makes me feel so tired. I'm like, okay, I could just lay down. What do I think that is? I think couldn't prove. I want to stipulate that right now. I think that has everything to do with Mother drawing off of our for extra energy for that extra push, and it's like a rest time for us. I feel like she's tapping it off of us strength. Um, that's what I feel that is, and it's going to happen to those that are more relaxed. The other ones are going to go the opposite way, feeling the squeeze. They're going to fucking tense up. Us relaxed motherfuckers want to go to sleep because Mama's expending our energy. And then halfway through the day, you kind of wake up and you feel energized again. It's even if you stay awake through those 2 hours, you didn't really accomplish much. Or me, I can say that for sure. If I'm sitting there fighting that tired and I don't lay down, but if I do go lay down, it doesn't mean I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to feel better. And then I get back up and I'm feeling like I've energized my batteries over that couple of hours. I did too, Carol, and I think that might be what is going on. Because that's our job in creation. If we've embraced that, then it's probably the easiest thing we're going to do, and we might want to take a nap afterwards. That's, I mean, if we're designed to do that, then okay, fuck, maybe it's what's making me tired. I'm just being a human. The Creator designed us, and it's time for a nap. Oh no. Panic attack at work. Oh shit. We call that Schumann, yo. You can hope they do. Some it takes more than words. Does he have pain? Haul back his ass. Let me tell you something. When you got some groovy tune in your heart, you put your arms out like this, start jigging. You'll see their clothes dance. They may call you names. Assure them that they can do the same things. Creator made us that way. Burrito, I haven't even thought about that. I'm thinking maybe pears. I got some. I know people that give me permission to like try some Reiki on them. Very skeptical until after after that session. They lose all skepticism. It may take me a while to convince them that they can do the same thing, and they may be convinced that you're some kind of witch, warlock, healer, special thing. But it's easier to kind of convince them and get them playing with their magnet themselves than it is to get a motherfucker to even entertain that. A lot of people will cross up their arms and be, nah, I'm good. I don't have any pain. No, I'm good. And you can tell they're in pain, but they're afraid of it. So I don't push that. But the people that do, I do get to do this with, have zero skepticism after it's done because they have felt the force that is moving their clothes around. And that's the creator's magnetic energy. It's not me. It may be through my field, but creator's sending them that energy, that tingle, the goosebumps. And they really have no doubt that we can do these things after they felt it. John himself, as a matter of fact, made a video about it, homebrewed, when he jumped on an airplane and flew across the country to come and firsthand experience what I was talking about. With a very skeptical mind, you know John, right? I mean, you know John. You know John. He was investigating, is what he was doing. He wanted to know. John knows because John was there. John knows that he can do these things too. Because John was beating a compass. And I only had to show him once, and he went and did it. He's like, oh, wow. Yes, I feel that. I was like, well, isn't that amazing? You can polarize yourself with Earth's poles and feel her magnet and be pointing in a certain direction. I said, that's every time, every time. And Mesa up there while he was there too. And it was a good visit. I really love John. I always have. And I was really happy to see him in Colorado. I could show him my sky at night. I got to show Glenn too the view of mother's sister creeping up on us. God, I could see it so good from the house. It would just give me vertigo every time I looked. Like, oh God. You could feel it walking out at night and shit in the front yard. Perfect view. Be safe, brother. I had the same feeling, Shrimpy. I was just getting old. I'm not so sure if that's actually what's going on right now. Because again, it's not just you and me. It's strange. And it's like clockwork. Whether you get good sleep or not, it seems. Uh, Same time every day. And the sky gets starting to get weird around that time up some days. Of course. It's like, oh shit, there's shadows and fucking. Well, these planets bring moons. So one influencing body is going to bring quite a few with it. And they take a few hours to pass over our heads. And you can see the individual, the big one, and the smaller ones around it, sometimes in the clouds. We saw some of that going on yesterday with the magnet in the sky. Yeah, because that's yeah, Lily. We have them in the day and the night. The one at night you can see. The one in the day it's harder to see because of Cherenkov. You just can't see them in the sky unless they get a little too close. Then the Cherenkov parts a little bit, and you can see them. You see shadows and shit in the sky that in a clear day. It's like waiting for fucking signal. It's just blue like the sky. It looks like a layer of smoke, and it goes all the way up. If you look in your sky, you can see the fucking Cherokov floating around like fucking fog almost in your sky. It's thick now. Tell Sam I said hi. In 2016, Sam Hoffman, still working for the U.S. government, had called me on my personal cell phone, screaming at me how I was scaring the public unneededly because this system was leaving. It had already been here. And I was like, Sam, you're fucking mistaken, bro. Or you're a liar. I just spoke with a fucking senator that told me how you have to die, Sam, to keep people safe in their bunkers. Sam and I exchanged spittle to the point that I had to change my fucking private cell phone number because the man was trying to convince me all was good here. Fuck Sam Hoffman and his truth. Has he ever told you about the cartwheeling moon? Something you can actually look at. How about Orion on his back? Sam is giving you a script, my friend. Tell him I said hi. And I wasn't wrong. He's over here preaching that now we can see the fucking planet's atmosphere. Well, obviously that isn't because they're leaving, is it, Sam? Fuck. The fuck, man. I, you know, he was put here on the internet to do a job, and he's doing a good job of distracting folks from the reality of the situation. He brings up our truth. And that's not truth. It's very Derek Bros. And that kind of bullshit got him banned from Hopi lands. Yeah, it looks really strange, doesn't it, Shrimpy? And it's very much more saturated than it was when we first started noticing it. Of course, some days were more like this all the time, and then it'd go back to normal, and then it'd be real heavy one day, and then kind of lighten up. But now it's just heavy, 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 and then overdone heavy, and then heavy, 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 and then overdone heavy. It's like, geez, dude, this shit's fucking getting close. He, it does sound like he's changed his tune. I appreciate you letting me know. And yeah, he probably doesn't do much. Hey, how you doing, Todd? Yeah, we're being close, brother. We be getting close. I met a messenger today. Come knocking at the door. Said somebody had told him we were here. Somebody I've never even met. And that convinced me that we are definitely here at the right time. The Creator wanted us here because someone's going to be able to help these people and get a message to planet Heaven's population of hope to get them healing their planet. It's uh, it's looking very hopeful at the Hopi, and we've had a good visit here with their gracious open arms. So our messenger said he's coming back tomorrow. He's bringing tools so we can help clean up the parking lot out here, and he wants to take us to his farm and to one of the walls with writings on it. I'm not sure exactly which one, but it's about 30 miles from here. And it's his cup. I couldn't get all the milk out of it, so he thought he'd help. Well, I'm glad you're here, Todd. Sorry you're overwhelmed. It might be time for a decompression. Oh, just relax your mag, dude. You know what's fun? I can speak, I can yell right next to the bottle. It doesn't influence anything. However, when it makes that stronger. So somehow they're combining. I haven't quite figured that out yet. I do know um, the ones of you that were talking about tone, I believe Vigorous had mentioned tone helps. A couple folks have, and I've been working with that, and I got what that means. What's a good channel of knowledge? This one? We're just, we're just figuring shit out here. I'm a baby stepper still. I'd like to find me a Toffee and Lanian page or new song. Maybe where we could find Ninja Eater. Wait a minute, we already did. We already did find that. Todd, man. Let me tell you a little something. Thank you. Fucking thank you, your beautiful wife, for giving me a ride up there and hanging out because it was a very enlightening experience. Um, ball worshippers moving in. And he mentioned the spoken to. He's familiar. Good, Rebel. Knowledge is a good thing to receive. Yes, I agree. I agree. That's something I say a lot is don't feel overwhelmed because you're actually the difference in this situation. Um, just give it time and Put it in your hands, and it'll come to you. You have nothing to fear. Actually, the only ones that have something to fear are those doing harm against their neighbors, living in deceit, being willfully ignorant, causing harm to themselves. We've run into all those. When you first find out, you don't know, and believing is that is so yesterday. You got to know this shit. And that's a different level of confidence. Um, and the best way to know it is to prove it to yourself. Prove it to yourself. Play with what God gave you. He gave you a soul, a light, a magnet, and you may feel small, but you're the most powerful force in the universe. Truly. And it's in the seat of your soul. It comes through your biology. And when we learn how the original was designed, we know it. And it's more answers than any book could ever give you. It took me several months to understand why I was able to read this information in the first place, and then um, deciphering the information. And like John brought the plate that day, and we are kind of like gods. We're not the creator, but we're definitely extensions of the creator. We're amazing in our design. Um, and the ones that control us don't want us to know how amazing we are, so they keep our creator small. He's a snow globe maker. We're sitting on someone's shelf right now, under a bubble. That keeps us very small, very weak, because our creation is so small. Um, which to me, that is just the silliest fucking notion I've ever heard in my life. Personally, I can see the motion of the stars is because of our rotation. It's not them moving. I can see all that with clarity. It doesn't take much to understand. You need a ball and a flashlight. Yeah, we're we're more powerful than the little gods we worship. That's true. Sadly enough, they're our brothers in creation, and they're just as amazing as we are on their planet. But they've killed them that out of themselves, and they've spread their disease of divisiveness here. Yep, the machine can be stopped, my friend. We are the cogs in the machine. We're what makes the machine work for them. It can be stopped. How? Educate, I guess. That's my best way. And if it doesn't stop the machine, at least it gives the people that are educated another option. So, those that refuse to embrace any information, um, hopefully another avenue will come to them. But that willful ignorance and that act of willful ignorance can carry heavy repercussions. Um, you know, Hmm, we're creations of an amazing creator. The ones that came over us and decided they wanted to judge over men's souls, just in that act alone, let us know that they forgot what they were because there is no magnet over another. I'm no more special than you, yet you're the most important link on this chain. This little magnet can't do it himself. And I am grateful for that design because I know if we can all get on the same frequency, we're terrifying to those who don't understand. They're very intelligent beings. They know the soul frequency, don't they? They can obviously harvest soul energy. They can't kill the soul, they even say so. Um, and here we are, being separated from the rest of creation, robbing all of creation of our mutual growth and love. You're the prodigal child that's been kept from Creator. He's never been able to share with your growth since this began because they've been sucking it out like cities. He's warned them and warned them and warned them and told them in this time there's going to be a physical presence. It does stuff, and I am certain at this point the Enlilites doing these things will be informed that indeed Creator wrote it in their hearts. They passed this fucking legend down, and I'll be damned if it didn't happen. And they need to be healing instead of harming. And maybe they won't drop these nukes. That's in my heart. That'd be nice. Everybody gets to know what's going on because an act of attrition and healing would be fixing what you fucked up here in the first place, wouldn't it? They'll put us back on track. They'll give us our history back and our heritage because they know us. That would be a first act of knowing that this is actually, they're going to go heal planet heaven. That's in my heart. See, I keep going to that because, as I said in the beginning, the download I got from Mother Earth made it very clear to me she'll have her students. She's more worried about her aunt than anything, and her aunt is that planet that they came from. So if anything I say keeps like benefiting planet heaven and you guys feel a certain way about the Anunnaki, that's not allowed. They've been misdirected too. But generationally, and they do need obviously some help. Their planet's in distress, and they've had to move under our feet in secret. And that's no way to live either. They're made for greater things. No, they can't stop this. Obviously, they've tried. They've sent their best agents at us. I know that's, I mean, if you were around and saw the way they acted, you'd be like, that's their best. When you're working with a lie, it's got to be a tough job, my friend. Especially if you're dealing with somebody that's strong in truth. They've had a very hard time over here to the point that we just don't get it anymore. They've exposed themselves, who they are, their whole organization, and their motives in trying to do us harm. And I do mean us because it wasn't just me they were following around over here. It was several of these magnets that have woken up a couple of years ago. Were being harassed all over real life by these very same people that would come in our chat and trying to convince us that the moon should be doing cartwheels, that it's normal for it to do that. They were tossing around terms like field rotation. Now, field rotation is the thing, but field rotation is a program that teaches your camera a 108-degree path through the sky so it can follow an object. It has nothing to do with the fact that the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel. It has everything to do with your camera. But this is the kind of shit that we were getting. It's like, you can't. I knew when I was a 17-year-old boy, I signed up for the U.S. Navy and they put me on a nuclear ship. By the time I was 18, I was traveling around in the IO shooting Tomahawk missiles at Saddam way before it was the cool thing to do. This is back in 87, 88, 89. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing or who I was serving, but I was learning things while I was out there doing the wrong thing for my country. Um, I learned how to navigate with the moon because they didn't want me to get lost without the GPS and those missiles aboard. Hand them over to Russia. Sailed into the heart of Russia. Think we're home. It's not a good thing. So they taught us how to use the stars, how to do basic navigation and star navigation. Basic navigation being you're up and down on the planet, which was drilled in your head. That moon tilts. Does that every night from my front porch now. I used to never do that. I can read what it's telling me. Right at this moment, Tycho is about 4 o'clock position on the moon. That's telling me I'm up in the Bering Sea. I am not in the Bering Sea. I am sitting smack dab in fucking Arizona. I should be seeing it on more of a tilt, technically, but I'm not. I could go technical about the moon and its angles all day because I was trained on a nuclear vessel to know that in times of high stress. Well, with these motherfuckers coming over here talking about, oh, you're wrong, do you think they could have convinced me ever? Because I lived the life of a sailor on the sea, watching that fucking moon every day. I'm glad I wised up to what I was actually serving. In my heart, I wanted to serve the people. And in reality, I was serving a corporation. So, and oppressing people. I'm not really proud of it. But I do go back to that because that's where I got my physics, official physics. I learned physics, the magnetic field, the fucking transference, resonant frequencies, all this stuff we learned in the Navy, like nuclear electronics technician, the electronic technician schools that I went to. Um, Although I've never used them in the private industry, I always honestly looked at it as a waste of time, almost like going to college for something that you didn't like, because I didn't like it. I just didn't like it. Um, I like working with my hands more. Obviously, I'm blowing glass. Um, I like making things. You've seen me do that too. That's what I like to do. So that's what I went to do after I got out of the Navy. I had a bad taste in my mouth for high tech because it was military. It was something that I didn't want to get into. I didn't see the sense in getting online or getting a computer because it was fake. Those made up electronic blips, and I just didn't want to get into that. Like, Mary, how you doing? It's about to start. It sure is. It's been rolling up for a little while, huh? Hey, Nick, welcome back. Engine coolant is money. Yes, it does cost. $9 a jug, 9, 10. Now it's 15. Yeah, ouch. Um, I saw some for like $6 a jug. I'm trying to think. It might have been um, Harbor Freight. I don't remember. Me too. Until this morning, I left most of my weed in someone's car. I was like, "Fuck, it's okay. We got plenty." But yeah, I was like, "Damn, that's all right. We'll see them again." I'm very confident. They didn't seem like they would feel comfortable taking something from me. So just saying. I know, Nick. I'm a rookie. Water isn't going to cool it very well, huh? Yeah, it was definitely a stoner move. They're the ones that got me high. I took a little bit over there and smoked a little bit with them, and they were cool. But they had their own weed, man. They ain't looking for my shit. I left it in their car. They'll recognize it. They'll be like, "Oh, damn, it's that crazy white voice." You watch me on your TV. That's got to be terrifying. Oh, you've met me in public. You've seen my ugly firsthand. Hi, it's Horton too. Oh shit, man. I know, that's terrifying. You know what? We're still working on this one, so cheers. I'm a lightweight. What are you eating, boy?
Chips and dip.
Chips and dip. Little baby. It tastes good, huh? Oh, you don't have a lighter? Fucking rookie.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed sitting in your living room myself. I keep getting the feeling y'all get bored with me just blowing glass all the time. And that's just me making gas money. You know, I know most of my glassblower friends come in sometimes every now and again, but that's not a reason to blow glass every day because it's not that frequent. And the ones I talk to already know my secrets. They already know my damn tricks. Most of them, not all my tricks. Listen to Hasani. What I I met I met I met my new friend's mother today. I don't think she's going to want to marry me. Hi, I'm Jordan too. How are you? Got any green egg? I can only get away with that at Glenn's. Yeah, I guess there are two eligibles, huh? But he's he's hard to get to talk to. One, and two, he's kind of hard to get out of the RV, away from his electronics. So I'm not too worried about him finding a girlfriend. If she does get in through his defenses, yeah, fuck me, man. I've seen him talk to very few of the ladies. Oh, baby stuff. He's seen some of my best efforts in that field. Keep in mind. He's met his mother. And she's on better medication now. So, yeah. Here's that. I don't know how easy it would be. You heard the chuckle. And I even so, you have no idea. You have no idea the torment you've seen this man has witnessed between the other two ladies that I brought into the picture there towards the end that swarmed back into monkhood. Those two, they're here live on this channel, both of them. I didn't take any of that shit down either, did I? got a good picture of what not to do. I'm grateful for that. And how to act if you get into that situation. Take a cut. Realize you, you might want to back up a minute because that girl ain't thinking right, and you might get hurt. Saying I've seen these things end up in jail. Not me. I gave him her last name. I didn't even bat an eye. Actually, I suggested it because I'm adopted. Hers is hereditary, and it goes with Seamus better. McBride. Seamus Briggs just doesn't run off the fucking tongue like that. It's Seamus McBride. I mean, that's okay. That's his heritage name, so there's it fits. So that was my deciding factor. I wanted the middle name to be Dorian. She wouldn't have it, or Darian. She wouldn't have it. She wanted to be Dorian. I was like, well, what are you gonna do? Fight with the girl? She wanted to name the baby. She could name the baby. Fight about that, honestly. And it would have been a dumbass thing to fight over anyway. It doesn't change his soul print, does it? It's a beautiful night. Oh, y'all are looking at me. I'm just sitting here taking in the sky and the green. It looks good except for the corn. Their fucking gardens aren't doing well. I saw a lot of them out there picking pinons. At least they've got the natural foods going on. We'd come up from Holbrook, from my friends. and he had given me the flipper. And I hadn't finished our visit to the other tribes yet. And I passed through here to, like I said, hopefully bring back some of this, see if they already know. And spoke to the jeweler over here. He finished my sentence. And I came and we jumped in the RV and drove away. Hindsight, because looking at the crops when we were rolling yesterday was sad, man. It hit me right in the chest when I saw their bare ass naked crops out there were dying. And I'm like, fuck, dude. They didn't share anything with their fucking people after we left here, obviously. So it steeled me to the fact that, okay, no, I don't really want to talk to Stewart. I've been to his office and spoken with his boss and about the corn and why it was going to die and the whole thing I can't talk about here on this platform, and warned them and come find out that nobody paid it attention. Others are fucking tribes around. That's what confuses me. Look at the Ute tribes. Look at the tribes up in North Dakota. Look at the Cherokee individuals we've spoken to. The politicians, the tribal chieftains. They took heed. But the people that wrote this prophecy ignored it. And I'm all like, why would you do that? I was really, I mean, especially when you see them coming, what I had warned you about coming. I mean, I know it might have sounded crazy with, just like here. I kind of sounded crazy to some of y'all. Oh, the government wouldn't do that. Well, and then boom, here we are. Actually, they did all of that. It's like fuck. Uh, it's not the Ukraine war causing the grain shortage. Obviously, it's these natives tribes are having problems too. But I mean, why wouldn't they tell their people if they saw something, some crazy white boy come in? I know they probably have a bunch of crazy white boys come in and try and talk shit and steal their fucking tablets. I understand that. I didn't ask for the tablet, didn't ask for no money. I don't ask for no fucking. I'll go find my own place to stay if you have a problem with me staying here. I ain't here to impose nothing on nobody. I just wanted to help you all out with a little bit of information, and then we left. I had hoped that they would take that into account when it started happening. For God's sake, wouldn't you? I mean, you did. Why wouldn't the fucking people that are in charge of the many, many people feel compelled to like share that information after they realized, well, maybe it's not so fucking crazy? Gate. See, that's what he called them, gatekeepers. Hmm. He explained a little bit about it. You know, I'm feeling, like I said, I'm feeling a lot better because I think some of the actual Hopi people's actual respected elders and leaders might be uh, interested in what we've got here to offer. So, um, I can't wait till tomorrow. I'm so excited. I want to help clean the parking lot. And I want to see the symbols he's talking about. He says he lives across from one of them. Yeah, the government. And that, well, see, that's when, our recent revelation of Inky is Yahweh and that's who they're meeting with and stuff. Our recent revelation of that was shared, of course. And I asked the pertinent question, um, has anyone figured that out yet? In actuality, that is the same family that's running the entire Vatican, which has in turn done all these things to your people. And why would they keep this from the tribe? That is the only question I've asked a native, and that's the only answer I really want. Because in my heart, I don't understand if they do know how they can do that to other humans. It's just not okay. It's not okay. I'm not okay with that. I would much rather have them have not figured it out yet. That's God, I have an ugly feeling that somebody already has, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm left in the dark on that one yet. But I think those topics are coming up, but not with the messenger person that is very uh, extensively walked me through his um, lineage and name, and he is a messenger. So we've had a messenger sent to us from some people I think I want to talk to. I want to talk to any people that are willing to help their people, not hold the wisdom. It's time to let the wisdom go to the people. They need it now. Now, now everybody needs it. That's why the wisdom has been held so it's not lost in the time of need. And it's the time of need. Yeah, and he agrees. I can tell you this much: with it needs to stop, and we're um, we're right on target. We are absolutely right over target, and that's been confirmed already. So the details of like I said, the only real question I have, which I think has already been answered, and I don't necessarily like the answer, but I'm pretty sure someone figured out that yes, that's the same person. But if he knows this, then that means others know this, and the knowledge is being shared, which again is encouraging to me that there are actual people in their community that have the knowledge and that are sharing it with the people because that's all we've ever wanted, right? That's it. So if it's happening, it's happening. That's great. I feel better, way fucking better, because all I was left with our contact with the Hopi is we don't share that information with our own tribes. Those are our deepest secrets, and then we drive up here and the corn's still dead, and the wisdom holders are dead. And I'm like, well, this is fucked up. Everybody else is taking heed and understanding. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, wow, let's build greenhouses. Literally, here, right here. I mean, how many of them here just recently? Oh, wow, that makes sense. Why in the hell? I don't. I don't want to talk to Stewart just yet because I'm still a little bit upset. And it's not Stuart, it's his boss. I can't remember Stuart's boss's name. I think it's Neil. It wasn't actually Stuart, I told. It was his boss that I told. Stuart and Susan and I had a talk about the Kachinas and the the hieroglyph that they drew. That's the only thing I ever actually spoke with Stuart about, and he handed me off to his boss. His boss is the one that refused the other tribes that wanted to come here and diverted me to the Navajo, which prompted Seamus and I to jump in the the fucking Oldsmobile 5 years ago and drive here without anybody and knowing. We just came and met Chief Joseph. And that was why Stewart's boss had refused the tribes coming here because the Navajo had stolen their land, and in a sort of angry manner, he directed me to the Navajo. Instead of taking the anger, I took that as Creator wanted me to go to the Navajo. And I met Joseph, and he said that, the Navajo would be happy to have their families come to their land. And that was why I wanted to go back and talk to Joseph again. Um, and I'll tell you, yesterday, I maybe I should have stayed there a little longer. When I was looking for Joseph, I was in the one of the politicians' offices. I hadn't meant to go in there, but it was either the president or vice president. And I had mentioned the story I just told you. And she acted like some of the tribes had actually acted on that. And I didn't even think to ask the details from her because I was still anxious about meeting Joseph. She had no idea who I was talking about. It was the culture department that told me. They knew exactly who I was talking about. Anyway, um, I now I'm sitting here remembering little tidbits of my conversation, trying to find him and explaining the story and the reactions and stuff I was getting back was like an affirmative. Something had indeed happened with other tribes coming out here. I don't know who, where from, or anything like that, but she recognized that, but not Joseph. I'm all like, and she'd worked in the office for about 3 years. I remember her saying that because the first time we had come there was about 5 years ago, and it was right there at that office. But we weren't in the office; we were in the parking lot right there. The tribe was having a walking event, um, and that's all I know about it. Like I said, we just impromptu boom on the 21st of December, 5 fucking years ago. Seamus and I showed up at Window Rock with some cedar berries and an offer of peace from tribes that were on the coast having visions of drowning if they remained where they were. And that was the period where I was phoning all the tribes because I had called the Hopi and met Susan about Ra and told her to put her kachinas back in her pocket. And we had a conversation about that. And then I spoke with Stuart about that and had the realization that their story wasn't about them, it was about the Earth's tribes. So I started looking into tribes and I wanted to contact them all. And that's when I learned there was more than 8 Native American tribes. There were over 300. And I was like, again, oh shit. So I just started calling them one by one and state by state because the powwow list had them state by state. And I went through alphabetically. And when I was reaching the coasts like New Jersey, I ran into a tribe that was looking to relocate the whole tribe. Oregon, there was a couple that had actually um, voted a couple of days before I called, and I got a hold of their one of their elders, and she was kind of freaking out that I had called, and when I finally stopped talking, she was like, "Bro," she didn't call me bro, but she was like, you know, I have to share with you that this call has reinforced beyond any doubts that our tribe. And then she started telling me how they had voted 3, 4 days before I called to move because they were in mass having visions of drowning where they were at in Portland. And I was like, wow, that's incredible. I just spoke with the Hopi that are talking about reuniting their tribes instead of you guys just moving out of the area and dispersing. Maybe we could line something up where somebody has some land that you could go to. And that was the beginning of like negotiating, like I said, with the Hopi, because I went right back to them. And Stewart's boss at that point had told me that the Navajos stole all their land and that I should go deal with them, see if they'll take them back. And again, that's what motivated me to go and run into Joseph in the first place. And he was a chief at that point. They change chiefs every year, I understand, but I don't know their whole inner workings like I might should. But again, the gentleman I was speaking to today was laying stuff on that he almost expected me to know, and I had to let him know. I said, "Look, I've said this since day one. I'm the wrongest guy to have this information because I have no idea of your society or your cultures at all." And he was a little surprised, but after I showed him the hieroglyph, of course, in the pictures, and told him that is where I met the Hopi right there because they made that picture. And a lot of their symbols are still on that picture. That's how I knew it was them. They marked their land with those symbols. It's a very familiar last name. I've seen that name a couple times. Probably on some of their signs, or I might have seen the gentleman's picture in some of their. I read everything I see out here, all the little posters and stuff, trying to understand them a little more. I realize I'm the outsider, you know what I mean? I try not to impose. And I read, rules on Hopi. They don't want their images taken unless, their permission. And the gentleman that came here today had actually looked at this channel and content and stuff because of bros and everything. He's already done vetted us. And that's why he came in saying that we could record. It didn't bother him. I thought that was cool. But then again, I am on my phone. And when I had to go break down the pictures, of course, that kind of ended that. But if we get signal out where we're going, if we get signal out by the petroglyphs, um, I'll definitely see if we can't do that live. I don't think he'll have a problem with it because he understands that we're in this together. You are the tribe, the beginnings of the tribe of Earth. We're doing this right. I'm not asking you to come like bros would. He had his whole flock out here, I guess, doing stupid shit. So, um, you've helped us do this from the comfort of your home and playing with your magnets and doing your homework. That's the only thing that anyone's would expect of you to listen to the instructions in your heart. Um, like I told him, there's no real gathering of a tribe because we're all here, geographically speaking, on one planet. We're to be one tribe. And that's his agreements. He agreed with all of that. And I guess that's something Derek wasn't trying to do. He was trying to get everybody gathering the tribes. And I'm like, well, for what? What we're gonna gather everybody around for? We could block off City Hall maybe, but everybody lives near a City Hall. Why would you need to be coming here? Shut your fucking City Hall down. Fire your politicians, you know? I don't know. Whatever comes to your fucking heart. Like I said, you're going to get your marching orders from mom and dad. And the only thing I'm telling you to do, remain calm and research yourself and how amazing you are. Try to heal some people with creator's energy, knowing you're just a wrench. Boy, that'll wake your ass up when they start feeling good and you start seeing their clothes jump around on their body and know that the creator's energy is coming through you, making that shit happen. It kills the doubt. It's like, wow. Then it becomes a little more effective every time you do it. That's all I'm going to ask you to do. Yes, on to you. And here's another thing. I don't want to hear anymore. I, it's an accurate tale, and I don't want to know what I do next. I don't want to know what they do. Um, I'm gonna just drive the bus, and it's more fun that way. So I really, really, really. The day we discovered the sun symbol and the swastika, the star, all my markings that I thought were the assistants aren't. Um, and then the tablet thing and this finding a spaceship and stuff. I already did that. Um, we know where the blackbird is. I've spoken with it. So the whole time I was getting the tablets because they're not flat tablets, I had no idea that that part was there. I was creeped out enough that I had omnipresence on my shoulder, to be honest. In their mark, they described some dude cracking their old language. So that day, Seamus is reading that about the tablets and the marks the dude has. I decided at that point that I would really appreciate it if everybody kept that story to themselves, please. I don't want to know the rest. I really, really, really don't. Um, I don't want to know. I get it. Their prophecy, God, I don't like that word. It's pretty accurate. I don't know. I don't want to know how the rest of it goes. Please. Well, yeah. See, I get that. Tiny bubbles. The one I have represents a blue star, the original polarity of Mother. I had no idea that my representation of my chi hitting you hard and deep, cutting you hard, and I'll hit you hard and cut you deep with the truth. Like a Chinese throwing star, you won't see it coming. I had no idea that was going to represent what it does in their prophecy. I didn't even give it a thought as to looking like a swastika. You can tell that, I think, just by looking at it. It's like, wow, that is definitely a fucking swastika. But it's also a throwing star. And it's blue. with lightning and a torrid behind it, and omnipresence right in the center of this fucking thing. 1748 hertz. Just like it looks on the metal plate, just like it looks in the goddamn hieroglyph. It's on my arm. I, I put it there. I was high on acid. I wasn't thinking right. That's all I got in my defense. The omnipresence was there for one person. I don't even think that was mentioned in anything, anywhere that I read. Uh, and I'm certain it was just for me. I was convinced somebody out there had more of a swastika than I did. That it was definitely that guy. He was the assistant. And that was back when I was trying not to be the assistant. I was convinced John was the true white brother. Look at him. He's white. He's a very knowledgeable, beautiful man. And I'm not. I'm rough around the edges. If I get something in my head, it's there, man. Come hell or high fucking water. I'll stand my ground on the truth in my fucking heart. And John's nice about it. I'm more not so nice about it. I kind of act like again, you can feel a certain way about a fact, but it's not going to fucking change the fact. And that's just the fucking way I give it. It's, I don't see uh, a need to convince you of a fact. I'll tell you how you can prove it to yourself. And then that's the only way you're going to know it. Because you can't believe me about a fact. Because it's just, you need to know this. We've been running around for centuries, with bouncing off of walls looking for fucking truth. Well, look, the truth is cannabis is good for you. And it's law now because I was standing hard in fact and proved it beyond the shadow of a doubt that it was a heinous crime in the first place to make it illegal, let alone is it good for you. Now it's federally protected under the Farm Bill. Assholes. And see, that's me too. I laugh, I say assholes because it was assholes that did that. But I'm just that much of a prick. I can't let it go. See, John's not like that. So why would I be the true white brother? I'm over here fucking, I'm the most abrasive fucking 80 grit sandpaper you ever seen in your life. I chafe your fucking ass just from sitting around with me, you know? Mom sent me a hologram and the second time she spoke to me was wordless. It was a picture of my own tattoo I can't see on my shoulder. And I had to take a picture. And then I made a video because I had to accept the fact that okay, maybe I might be one of the assistants, and started accepting the creepy fact that somebody had a truth out there written about something going to happen for a long time about some specific details, and I found it creepy, and then it got worse. We done run around the fucking country and everything. All of a sudden, that mark is actually supposed to be on the fucking true white brother. I had read it wrong. I thought they were talking about one of the assistants that carried that mark, but that's apparently wrong because it mentions, and I've got both. It and a Copapelli scene. I'm all like, I went in there yesterday looking because I haven't really looked around in their hotel or anything. I've been trying to get into the museum. I'm seeing Copapellis everywhere. I was like, you guys like Copapellis too, huh? Just seen Copapelli all over the place. They were like, yeah, man, that's part of our thing. And I was like, oh shit. He said, these are musician Copapellis. I said, I thought they came from Africa. He's like, no, no, no. And I said, well, and I showed him mine. I says, mine play guitars and drums. Yours play flutes. He found it entertaining, but I found it kind of enlightening. I'm like, oh, geez. Every time I turn around, it's like, I fucking marked myself for this. Was that free will? Fucking Christ's sake, was it? That's the question I have now. I don't see my life being much of free will at all. I have to think that at some point I agreed to do something for the creator, and that's just what's going on. I'm being driven to that point of everywhere I go. Life has turned me in a direction I never saw coming, and next thing I know, it was the easiest thing I ever did. You know, it's just been like that my whole fucking life. I'm I designed these fucking tattoos on my own body. They're not anything you can walk into a tattoo parlor and say I want. Nothing in the design of anything about those tattoos came from anything that you could ever find on another tattoo parlor's walls. It came from my fucking head and my buddy's artistic depiction of it, and our mutual agreement of it, and him plastering it permanently on my body. Long before I wanted to play with some fucking Kachina doll. I never. Oh, God. So, I mean, really, was that free will? Truly? I can't say it was. I can't say it wasn't. I can't say it was. I feel like it was my idea. Was it? There's only one that can answer that, huh? The creator himself. So, guess what? You know me, Mr. Investigator. I can't wait till I die to meet this guy. Have a little conversation about what the fuck we just went through. I'm telling you, I have lost all fear of death. I've got some questions. That's just where I'm at because I already know I'm going to remain who I am. That's good. That's cool. I'm cool with that, man. We're going to go on. We got the answers to all that. Why would you fear death? And not only that, boy, do I have a few questions. I've got a few questions. What happened here? What was that? How much free will did I actually have? And if nothing, that's cool, man. I mean, that's cool. We went down there, we did a job, we kicked ass, and here we are. Woo! Everybody got to go home. The creator already won. The creator already won. In time, this has already happened. He's got his prodigal children back. All of universe will benefit from what's coming. Damn straight. Plugged in. I think Creator wrote this like God's very much in the cuneiform. We've read that. We've read all the nightmares that Inky was having and stuff, and that culminated into all these legends about the end of times, the voice of God, all that good stuff. We've read all of this stuff. At some point, Creator gave these folks a very specific set of events that shouldn't be very hard to recognize. Because there is a truth in the old language that can't be denied. And I know for a fact ain't nobody fucking translated that like this. I took it to the linguists, the experts, and Logan came back 6 months later with, fuck, dude, you're right. My depiction of Raw was wrong. Yours is fucking spot on, and here's why. And I made a video about it. I haven't showed his work, and I still to this day do not understand his work. But he says that they're exact matches. So there you go. I'll take that. It's physics. It's the atomic level. It's unchanging, much like the periodic charts. He will back charge things through the atomic level himself in a different manner. I really don't know how he follows that. I haven't studied it. To this day, I have not studied it. I took it to him because I wasn't sure if I was insane or not. So he affirmed for me that I actually read it right, which made it worse, kind of, because I was already wondering, how in the hell is this going on? How can I see this that nobody else has? And when he came back with the affirmative, I was really in a little spin to figure it out because I just knew what it said. I hadn't figured out exactly how I knew yet, and then I took a little bit of time, and it didn't. Yeah, I'm Captain Obvious. It didn't come right away, but then I made raw maps. I was like, well, I know how I read it now. It's all physics. Look at this. Look, everything on there I'd already seen, except for the wheel. I didn't understand the wheel until John brought that uh, plate, and that honestly is something I held on to really tight because once I had started later, of course, reading the Hopi tale, um, I had found that the true white brother brings the right frequency. And John did that for me. He brought me the plate, but he didn't know the frequency. I found that. It took me 5 minutes after I had the what is this wheel representing? And he represented the wheel with sand on it. And I was like, holy fuck, dude, what frequency is? He's like, I don't actually know. So we both went looking, and I found it in about 5 minutes. And 1748 fucking hertz, bro. Here it is. Boom, 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 boom. And then I asked him, I said, John, that's incredible. So now what? What do we do with that? And as I'm asking him, I went, well, dumbass, let's start here. And human biology, 1748 hertz. And like, you'll see if you ever do that in your Google search, you got like 17 million things to look at. I was like, oh shit, I think we're onto something. here we are. That's how that started. But it's funny that the Hopi are the ones that drew that picture. They're the ones that made that depiction. That's the only reason I ever contacted them. I thought they'd lost it, and that's the when I started getting, wow, that's our deepest secrets we don't even share with our own tribes back from their wisdom holder office up there. And I should have took that as a clue, maybe, and come here looking for village chiefs. But I mean, I didn't even know village chiefs existed in the world um, until just fucking recently. Again, hi, I'm Captain Obvious. Obviously, I'm the least educated motherfucker on Native American culture, and I still feel like I'm probably the wrongest person for this task because of that. But it makes me feel awkward because I don't know. I don't want to make anyone upset. I'm out here trying to help. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make anyone upset or violate anyone's fucking beliefs, but you've seen it yourselves when uh, uh, and um, Jamie today he grabbed a hold of the turtle flipper and he was looking at it and all the rocks that we showed him and everything. But we've been in tribes where they freak out and run away and want to chase you out of the building and screaming and oh my god, you can't bring that in here. That's scary. Your rock is scaring me. Or
How dare you repurpose stones?
yeah, that kind of stuff. So we've seen all the different reactions from people, and I don't know their cultures, and it makes me feel a little awkward because I didn't want to scare anybody, but we did. Honestly, I learned not to do that. They still spoke with us, and one of the people came out to look at the stuff. I can't even. It was one of the tribes in on the East Coast when we were going through after we had found the serpents. I guess Midwest, whatever, on the way through uh, after we had left Chattanooga and Nashville with Chad and Danielle. We started taking the head around, and yeah, we ran into a couple of tribes that just woo kind of their people had fear of the rocks. Oops, that's not why I brought that here. I didn't mean to freak you out. I was I was just trying to bring back history and letting you know that there's been an amazing discovery of of history that's been lost. And you know, as opposed to fucking we walk into the Ottawa fucking tribe with the rock in hand and she's so excited her pants. Where'd you get that? Completely different reactions from different tribes. So it's kind of hard. But like I said, when I got here, I walked around reading their little posters and stuff and trying to get a little bit more idea of the local cultures here so I don't offend anybody. And they had mentioned the filming of stuff. So I'm going to make a diligent uh, effort to ask them if we can film. Yeah, I'm not even sure how much you've got to hear today. I know the feed was on for some time while we were talking. So, um, I have a feeling you'll get to meet him more tomorrow. I'm curious to see his plot of land where he grows his crops. I told him I'd like to see if Creator'd like to bless his land and his crops. He said he hasn't even grown anything this year, but we'll see stubbles from last year. But yeah, I told him I'm not going to ask for you to take me anywhere. I said I'll go anywhere you'd like, but I don't. Honestly, I'm not looking for too many answers. Um, I'm just curious, has people figured out that Enlil is Yahweh? Because I mean, it's kind of a known thing, but I don't know what they know here. They're the ones actually talking to the people. Um, so that's the one real burning question. I wouldn't mind having the answer for. Not that I can do anything about it either way. It just I'm curious, honestly, and it doesn't matter either way if they did or not. It needs to come to an end, and those in Lilites are planet heaven citizens, and they need to get their asses back up there and heal their planet. Damn it! it's just it's just where it's at, and somewhere in I can tell you, he has a parallel, something in their culture that says that very thing, which kind of again I don't really know how to describe how I feel. I'm kind of happy. Um, I'm I'm certain that I listened to the little voice inside my head and put 3 days of fucking driving, and I've told you straight up since we left, I really don't know. I've we're going to meet somebody. That's all I can tell you. And I will say this: I knew in my heart enough that I have been flipping hundos to get here to meet somebody that's going to come knocking at the door. And I have to tell you that part of me wanted to laugh at me really hard for even thinking somebody's going to come up, fucking knock on this door. Are you kidding me? I'm a crazy white boy driving around in a 35-year-old vehicle. Talk about three sons and a race of beings that are recycling our souls have come from a dying planet, and it's their fault it's dying, and it's in their own beings that can heal it. I know fucking how crazy I sound. Okay? So it kind of makes me nervous traveling around talking the way I do to people I don't even understand their cultures. Because I've been hated for it because of the color I am, and we've been embraced for it. You never know Who's going to punch you in the face is what I'm getting at. I never know the reaction I'm going to get, but regardless, we're out here with the same fucking message to everybody that we've seen, and we've seen many reactions to it, and not one of them brought a punch to my face. Not once. Um, and the gentleman I spoke to today is like, I think he has more knowledge than most of the wisdom holders that we have spoken to across this nation about this topic, which reinforces my feelings that Creator wouldn't lie to me. So get down there and he'll handle it. Just meet the people. I had no idea there was another um, cultural structure underlying what's going on with the recognized tribal stuff. I had assumed that that's just they handle that as a buffer between the government and them. I'm and I still believe that is actually the truth about the culture department up there. And some of them may be influenced by the powers that be, and that's okay. um, and that's typical because I am me. I can see me absolutely making a wrong choice, and Creator setting us right and catching us up with the people I should have found in the first place. Maybe I don't know, but either way, we're we're opening dialogue that is very entertaining in a positive manner about the whole big picture of planet heaven and its occupants and the possibility of getting a message to them to catalyze that. Hi, Vickers. Yeah, I don't think we should dig up burial grounds either. Good here. How are you? How's your wife? How's everything? Hopefully, hopefully better than last week, even yesterday. Um, were you here when the uh, gentleman we spoke to today knocked on the door and came in? Good, Beggars. Or how much have you heard from tonight's No Coincidence? um, long story short, yeah, everything we've come into knowing is being discussed in a very positive manner. Um, and yeah, we're right over target, my friend. 100% over target. We may not have all the details, but we know what's going on. Basically, uh, there's a healing that needs to happen with a race of beings from another planet. They've been recycling our souls. Um, Other details might find their way to our uh, knowledge base at some point, but I'm not really pressing for it because, of course, if we're right in the big picture and it's confirmed that we're right in the big picture, we might not know everything. I'm not trying to admit. I mean, I fuck. This is new to us. No, we don't know everything, but we know enough. I know enough as to why they're here and what the end result needs to be. Is they need to be the stewards of planet Heaven because Mother told me that long ago, long time ago. Remember, I've told you a long time ago. So Mama's got her stewards. For some reason, she's asking me to help these people that have done this to us because they're the stewards of her aunt, and her aunt's gonna go away if they don't, and she feels a certain way about that. And I'm starting to understand better, of course, years later, why um, that was given to me from her. It was some of the parts of information that was given to me that made me question my sanity. But I put that in my back pocket and carried on because I've never been lied to by anything I've gotten from her. It's never been proven wrong. No matter how hard I tried to prove wrong, even Mr. 333 helped her out one day with the giant trees in Madagascar. She'd shown me those, told me that's where the crown jewels came from. The triumph over the crystalline fucking forest on her. There it is. Check out Mr. 333, the landscape in Madagascar, the giant tree in Madagascar. Uh, and you know I don't care for 333, but dear God, it was brought to me with his name, and I looked at it. Like, and it wasn't brought to me by anybody. It was just in my feed, and I was like, "Oh my God, what's this?" That's when I started learning creators a better AI than the AI. I'm like, "Oh wow, dude, I needed to see that." And fucking Mr. BBB, are you kidding me? It's this guy. This guy has this footage. Little, I think, and we may be missing some relevant details. I don't know. I just know what mom told me. Yeah, more truth coming out. You did tell me. And I mean, honestly, when start hitting on this new stuff we found about the Enlilites, Canaanites, and all that stuff, and how they're meeting them physically, and I'm actually here on the property and talking to one of the messengers, I can only imagine that was sent here by one of the people that probably actually go down and visit with them physically every year from the conversation we had. Because everything we found was absolutely confirmed by him. And like I said, he let me know I might not know all the details. And I'm like, well, that's cool. I'm not going to ask you your details. So anything you think I might need to know, that'd be cool. So, but I truly don't want to impose on anything you would feel uncomfortable talking about. But I do want to get a message to them to see if it can't help planet heaven and them. And I was confirmed that that itself, just that itself, the mission mother gave me is somewhere in their tale or in their wisdom and what they hold, because he said that that is affirmative. It's written. It's there. That is part of this tale. That they will go heal planet heaven, and I know how to do that. So that being my main goal for coming here, of course, I within a 24-hour period came knocking at the door. White Creator said we would meet someone that comes to me this time and just make myself present. And that's all I did. Out of having no doubts that the Creator ain't gonna fucking hurt me. And lo and behold, someone it made my asshole pucker up when the door knocked. All kinds of things went through my head. I was like, who's at the door? Is this tribal police going to ask us to leave? And it wasn't. His name is Jamie with an IE. His name is Jamie. His English name is Jamie. He's almost 50. He looks 25. No joke. He's almost 50 and he looks 25. I was like, damn, brother, you look young for your age. I'm sitting here this morning looking at my hair, and it just keeps getting darker every time I actually look at it. I'm like, oh damn, dude, you're looking younger too. I was just thinking that Stuart, when I go down to the culture center, if I actually made it down there, yeah, motherfucker's gonna look at me and be like, "Are you sure you're that crazy white-haired motherfucker that came here a few years ago?" Look at my hair.
Yeah.
I do not look.
Nice and gray now.
Yeah.
Rather than white.
Rather than white, and I've got actual darkness to it too now.
I'm just getting a little black here on the top, and everything's gray.
I attribute that to having learned this information and how to
stress.
actually integrate with the nature of what I was made to be is kind of, you know, getting goosebumps a lot. I'm repairing obviously my own body through Creator, and it's fuck, man, it's pretty cool. But seeing somebody that's lived like that with this information, because I know he has the information we have. For God's sake, he's sitting here affirming what we've learned. And I'm looking at a very young man that's almost 50 years old. I can imagine us having this information at birth and how amazing we really are. And I aspire to have our next generations grown up being fucking fully educated magnets where we don't teach them how not to speak our old language. The vibratory human vocals. Vigorous. Okay, so you probably weren't here when I asked. Wasn't it you? One of the people I know is two or three of you folks. I'm not exactly sure who it was, but had started talking about the vibratory and working with the magnet, and it'll strengthen the effect of it. And yeah, I've been experimenting with that, and I can positively affirm that each and every time I've tried to yell at the bottle without my magnet around it, without my hands, and nothing happens. But if I just kind of softly, oh, as I'm shaking with my hand around the water, dude, it magnifies the intensity of the water reacting um, immensely every time. Recently, and Casper has been playing with that. And when I used to try to send creators energy through people, it was more a body part or around their with my hands, and I stopped doing that. It's more of a haulback because the field's coming from our solar here, and we haul back like this and kind of undulate a little bit, like you're dancing with a fucking good feeling, bro. Amazingly fucking way more effective. And this was already effective enough. But I mean, like, it's not just their clothing that's moving, they're moving during that. It's a much more powerful delivery of creators' frequency if you actually haul back and work it from your chest. Um, Something I'm finding just recently, and it works better with sound too. So yeah, just recently in Casper, I've been changing the way I've been, or I don't know about changing, but evolving maybe and finding better things more effective. Uh, yeah, I mean, I just say I'm new at this. I'm not an expert. I just, you were there. I just discovered this shit fucking because of fucking Buddha statue and shit. some, some fucking writing on a wall. Um, I don't know what's right yet, but I'm finding now, yes, definitely a total difference in working your whole magnet instead of trying to focus it out of your fingers. Yeah, that again, yes, Wolf. That is the only thing I will ask you, anybody on Mother's team, to play with your magnet and get to know her. and listen, because you'll get your marching directions from her. But the only thing I'm going to ask you as a magnet, and as like anything, as me, I'm gonna ask of you, embrace yourself, put it in your own hands, feel that pull, and start fucking playing with it. That's everybody. So again, the importance is understanding what you are, creator and magnetism. It's not what frequency it is. That's convenient. We know that. It's awesome. But the most important part is in your heart, you got to know you're actually an amazing being that our creator put here for a purpose. And we've got a loving mother we need to start communicating with openly. And that's going to come from you relaxing and playing with your magnet. It's a thing. You've got one. It's medical. It's proven. It isn't my insane rant over here. Human biological field is a magnetic field, and you present that. I don't care if you believe if it's your soul or not. Right now, understand you have a magnet in your chest. Play with that shit, man. It's a cool toy, and the more you play with it, the more you're going to understand. Oh my god, maybe magnetic properties do apply to me. Everything is a magnet. I'm not sure who said that, but yeah, I can't argue about that because if you're entangled with every atom in existence, brother, what can't we do? My imagination couldn't even start with what we can do. It's like, wow, that's pretty incredible. So let's play with that. Let's let's grow with that. That's a truth. It's a magnetic property. I have a magnet. What makes me not like every other magnet in the fucking universe? Of course I'm entangled with every atom. Why would a human magnet be different than a any other electron magnet? Why would it be different properties? It's not. And it doesn't make them all bad. The former military too. We all make mistakes. I've always looked at my service as a mistake. I really, I didn't like what I went in it for, electronics. I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it. I learned it, but you know, I didn't like it. I didn't like the service. I didn't understand when I was 17 going into it what it really was. And I thought I was going in there to help the Kurds. There, then we led 400,000 of them to their death. I learned real quick. This is not what I signed up for. um, yeah, I looked at it as a fucking mistake. But as I'm sitting here today, I don't think I would have understood half of what I fucking know now if I didn't go through that training. Magnet was beat into my fucking brain. Transference of energy, uh, induction, fucking entanglement, everything about it was driven into my fucking brain, but except for the fact that I had one myself. I was left without knowing that for decades after. Okay, that's who said. He's a very wise man. uh, we we did go with good intentions. We finished our intent on helping people. The tribes, a lot of them have taken notice. But yesterday, driving up here, I noticed that not even the corn had been shared by the people that I spoke with up here, let alone the moon. The whole damn Ute tribe in the world's talking about the moon doing cartwheels, but not the Hopi. Like, why is your corn dead? All the other tribes listened. They're feeding their people. Why is your corn dead? What's going on? Why? I don't want to talk to those people that I talked to before because they didn't help anything. It didn't do any good to talk to those people down there. So I've elected to come here instead. And then he came knocking at the door. Like, I don't think I made the wrong decision at this point. And we may again, we may go down and talk to Stuart, but I'm not ready to do that tomorrow. I'm going to hang out with Jamie. I'm a little upset with the culture department down there. And they're holding wisdom from their people. Well, our journey has been well documented right here. Y'all have been with me the whole time. What's wrong? It's a, oh God. See, look, he can't see us and he can't hear
He
us.
can't hear us.
Yes, it's me. It's me. Yes.
His
Hi.
tail just goes up.
I know. He was surprised I touched him and he's sitting here staring at me, but he's not seeing me. That's fucking crazy. Poor guy. Now look, he's lost again.
Where'd
Hi.
you go?
Yes, it's me. Hi. He wasn't even sure, dude. Right in his face, he's like, "Is that?" And then I touched him, and he was like, "Oh, it is." You're so cute. Who's a baby? Who's just a little puppy? He's a good boy. Something. There ain't nothing out. But he can't even see anything in here. He's looking at a light. He just been. I know. He's like, is that something I'm actually seeing? Something? Is that you? And he can't hear me. But if I touch him, he's like, oh, that is you. Oh, and he gets excited. It's definitely different bringing up this puppy than any other animal I've ever raised. You can't hear the
You should have.
snap. Look, see, that doesn't phase him.
You should have seen if he reacted to the bell. Little glass bell.
Yeah.
Then you would have had something to react to. If he reacted to it.
He's such a fucking puppy. Hi, bud. Oh, he's just a baby. He got a Fu Manchuser. He's too cute. Such a good dog. For a puppy. For a puppy, you're pretty cool. Yes, kisses. Oh my goodness, it's really me. Hi. gonna fall down trying to get me custody. Settle down. You're so good. You're so good. Come on. Come on down. There you go. Get off my dash. It's a good boy.
I wouldn't take that shit cheaper. I'd go get his fish pickle.
What are you doing? He's like, yay, there he is again. Poor guy. He's such a good little puppy. All right, look out. I don't need chewed on. I'm good. He's feeling puppy like. Lay down. I guess he's done playing. It's got to be aggravating not being able to see or hear anything. I can only imagine. And you can see it in him at night when we're walking. Uh, he gets lost 2 steps away from you. He's he feels a lot better if you're actually touching him out walking at night. That's kind of awkward. You want to fall all over him and everything. That motherfucker. So what are you doing under my feet, dude? He's a good dog. I'm lucky he got bounced. I feel lucky that he got bounced around until he made it here. I'd seen the dog for a month. I liked the dog. I thought he was a really awesome dog. And we thought he was going to go back with the original owners, but they said that they couldn't take him. And
Cheap.
Jimmy and Sheila didn't have room for him. So definitely take him on. He had a good nature. I didn't know what a good nature he had. I just realized, in the time that I had seen him, he had good nature. And he has his ways, of course. Like, there's things that, walking at night, you kind of got to watch where he's going because he can't. And I noticed that the first night when I was walking him up there in the parking lot, fuck, he ran into every one of the railroad ties with his head. I was like, oh, dude. Chico's running around him, peeing on him and everything, and he's running around and fucking literally knocking himself down because he didn't see it. So I had to walk him in a different area because he can't see the shit at night. But yeah, other than that, I mean, he's like taking care of any other dog. But you got to take into account that he can't hear you and he can't see you. So we keep him on a leash for obvious reasons. God, I don't feel like chasing Kiff around the country. He seems to be adjusting nicely to the road, yes. He's lounging out here in the doghouse. He's had himself a good day out romping around in Hopi land. He's feeling a really relaxed moment right now. I I can't believe he's a puppy the way he acts. He's just so calm. Unless we leave the RV, then he freaks out. Oh my god, dude! Wants to jump out a window. What? It's like, dude, the fuck? How'd you get out of the RV? You know these things. They'd hurt me to jump out of their damn things, man. They're too tall. That motherfucker come running up to the porch. I'm like, holy crap! The dog escaped. He found a way to open up the fucking window and get out of it. He's a smart little puppy. He's done it twice. So I don't think the second time was an accident. He's a pretty smart little puppy. He definitely got determination, I'll tell you. He's convinced. You're not going to leave me.
If I can't see you, you're not fucking eating me.
I will find you.
Even without half my senses.
Poor little Fu Manchu. Hi, Chico. What are you doing? Are you trying to tell me stuff? You're stinky. Smell like poop. Look at him. He's like, could I come up here? Little Ito. Hi. Hi, Boogerhead. How you doing? Oh, oh. He's just a little lap dog. Teen. Are you a good dog to you? Do you want me to remember that you're a good dog to you? Is that what you're doing here? Chico's a good boy too. He is. He's a he can hear us. He can hear us say he's a good Poor Kiff doesn't get that luxury, Chico. What are you wanting down? I didn't think you wanted love. Look at he's all like, I'd like back up again. He jumped on the Kiff's head. The fuck I wanted to happen. Obviously, Kiff didn't give a shit. Look at him. He thought it was lick Chico time. Chico was stuck. Chico getting kisses. Mm. I felt his back legs pressing on me. I'm like, oh, he's trying to get back up here. He isn't going nowhere. Poor Chico. What time is it, kid?
8:20.
Mm. You know what Chico's saying, don't
I just went outside.
you? I know. I understand. Maybe you just wanted love because he saw a dumbass over here. I don't know.
She's like, help me. There's a crazy thing over there. He can't see or hear me.
Well, within the next hour, I want to walk him anyways.
Yeah.
so I can go to bed.
No, lad. Get him, Chico.
Daddy's tired.
Yeah, man, he's
Yeah, I'm growing used to being on the road with Kiff, adjusting to it. I'm now a doggy pillow. It's official. I'm a doggy pillow. The guy, he can't sleep without touching you. He wants to cuddle, but it's dark and he can't hear anything, so I don't blame him. I'm just saying, it's definitely different. He wants to lay on you. First few nights were pretty sleepless because he kept moving. Now I don't even feel him moving around anymore. So it didn't take much time to get used to it. He's playing with a shred of that red cup.
Mhm.
That's funny. Fuck, I'm tired. Mhm.
You could just be loving you, Chico. Could be. Oh, dear.
Do what?
I said she could be loving you, Chico.
Oh,
But he isn't. How dare he?
talking smack. Yeah.
This Kiff just laying at your legs.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave me. I can't see you.
Yeah, that, like I said, took a little getting used to having him so absolutely needing to be very close in my proximity like that.
He's blind with separation anxiety. What a great mixture.
Mm, I know, right?
He just sits at your legs at all times. Please don't leave.
Kind of like that. And you can't help but feel sorry for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, damn, dude. That's right. You can't see a damn thing at night.
And you can't hear for shit.
Can't hear for shit. So I imagine you would want personal, close
All he's
contact.
left is touch.
Mm-hmm. Touch or smell.
Touch and smell. And taste. Take your face off.
Mm-hmm.
Take that bullshit, Chico. Get his butt pillow. How dare he not be loving
I'm busily cutting up fruit.
you? How dare he? He could be loving you.
Oh, God. Burrito.
Chico.
I seem to have given Kith another toy.
I know.
Praise the Lord.
Never capture him. Never capture him with love. Take it. Get him. Get him. Fuck with him. They get your cup. Hey, you. He looks confused.
Why? You took his cup?
No, I just put it on his snout. He looks confused. He kind of looked confused and then just licked to the bottom of the cup while he was there. making fruit salad, Chico.
I am Chico.
You don't particularly like fruits, Chico.
Yeah, you kind of fuck Chico.
I would not take that shit.
He has a couple of his snout again. He did it to himself. Blah, 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 blah. Crazy little fucker.
What are you doing, Chico? You look like you're being teeny over here.
You do, Chico. You look kind of teeny. Ooh, good boy.
Could be giving you love.
Instead of making your daddy dinner, Chico. Not you, though.
Could be giving you love, Chico, over there.
I'm going to eat your daddy's dinner, Chico.
I wouldn't take that shit, Chico. I would go get his butt pillow.
So much you like sex shit. Your dinner's in the bowl, boy.
Get him, Chico.
Eat, though.
Don't take that shit, Chico. Okay.
He's just going to have to. Yummy, yummy fruit salad. Hi, Sick. Got sidetracked. Oh, no. Nick, how dare you? Mm. What kind of interview you going to? I'm having yummy, yummy fruit salad. I got kind of diverted too. I was hungry. I was sitting here with a bunch of pears and white nectarines and a knife in my hunger.
Thanks for some more on the fruits.
So you took me in the shower with you, huh? All right. Well, that's cool, Nick. Helping old motherfuckers like myself out. That's awesome, dude. Do that. Fuck. I wish I could hire you. I feel a certain way about that, Nick. That's pretty cool. I hope there's people out there like you when I get old. Or wait a minute. Getting there. God. My uncle had an orchard in the middle of Ohio. And he used to grow these pears that were fucking nice and firm and yet soft but juicy. Hmm. I haven't had a pear like that in years until today. Walmart just don't sell pears like that. They're all tough, and by the time they get ripe, they're rotten. These are fucking amazingly ripe and not rotten. So I felt compelled to cut the whole fucking bunch of them up and call it dinner. Mm. Yeah, anymore. I've stopped buying fruit because of that. Mm. I don't think I've had a sweeter nectarine in my life. I got white nectarines too. So I cut them both up in a pile. Pears, nectarines, and a couple blueberries. Awesome combo. Nice, Nick. Yeah, the Walmart ones suck. Just saying. Organic at Trader Joe's. I'll bet that probably is good. Probably also cost you a little bit more than the ones I bought today did. I don't know. But they weren't that expensive. I think all in all I paid maybe 50 cents a piece for the fruit. basically Walmart prices, and oh my God, it's good stuff. You don't like dinner? You ain't hungry?
I'm eating.
You sure?
See him? Just ran right into this water bowl.
I'll take yours if you're not hungry.
Did you see Kid running through the water bowl? Did you see Kid running through the water bowl?
No.
Ran right into it. Oh.
He found me again.
Did I miss something?
It's fucking hilarious. Oh my God, that dog is fucking. That is fucking entertainment. I have no idea what that actually is. I thought all fruit had a peel on it. I'm not familiar with the product appeal. I don't buy the pears in Walmart because they fucking ain't real fruit. You couldn't convince me that fucking shit's real fruit. There's no flavor. It's tough. And the moment it starts to act like it's ripe, it's rotten inside. It's like, what the fuck is that I just bought? A whole bag of. Well, I guess I'm probably not buying that product because I'll bet you Walmart uses that shit. I don't know, but I just got a hold of some organic fruit. I don't think it was sprayed with much. It tasted just like my uncle's fucking orchard pears. Brought back memories. I was like, oh wow, that's I haven't had anything that good since I was a kid. Picked them off the pear trees myself, you know. We used to make apple cider every year. They take pears and throw it in with the apples.
Chico.
What the fuck? It was not Chico. That
Chico.
was not Chico. Chico, are you okay? He just shit on you, Chico. I heard him. Fuck me.
Fuck
That
Chico.
was not Chico. My God. It's deep and rumbly, and Chico ain't got a goddamn thing on his body that's deep and rumbly. That's God.
Chico.
Dang, Chico. Look at him. He's curled the other way now. He's like, oh, God. It prevents spoilage. Uh, See, that's my problem with that produce. It doesn't allow it to ripen either until it is spoiled. If that's what it's doing, I don't know. Why in the fuck do you go buy a pear that's hard to bite into at a fucking store like Walmart? It tastes like the fucking plastic that it feels like when you're biting into it. It had no flavor. And then by the time it gets soft, it's soft because it's rotten. And they rot from the inside. It's really weird. That's why I stopped buying pears. I keep running into those kind of shits. I'm like, I ain't doing that again. They kind of look like the old pears, sort of. They ain't got no blemishes on them, no fucking discoloring or anything. Like even just hanging on. You know how the pear looks hanging on the tree? It's got blemishes and a little bit of discoloring on it. And shit. These ones don't have that. They look like good pears that should be juicy and delicious, but they're not. I only bought them once. I bought a bag of them, and I see them now. I'm like, I don't want those. I've never gotten fruit other than like blueberries and strawberries. I do get the fucking Walmart strawberries, but even yet, those aren't even that great. They go good with the fucking whipped cream though. But yeah, it seems like all the Walmart produce I get is hard. until it's rotten. It's like you got one day to eat it, and you better keep your eye on your fruit because it's not ripe. It's not ripe. Then it's rotten. It's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I stopped doing that. But I saw this guy's out here and I touched it and I was like, oh my god, that's actually soft and it doesn't look rotten. Sure as fuck wasn't. I cut it right to the core. It was just juicy, delicious.
You, Chico.
Hmm.
You.
I'm feeling pretty blessed today. The onion bins. Yeah, I haven't been getting onions either. Mostly because dogs can't have onions. But I do look. I like onions. The potatoes have been shitty this year too from Walmart. Fuck, I got that one batch that made me sick. I didn't know anything about a green potato. And I went back and traded it in. I checked two other fucking bags were green, but the one I got wasn't. So I've had a couple out of it, and it no screaming fucking hateful shit's going on. Yeah, it made me cautious about even eating potatoes anymore. Fuck, dude. Fucking Walmart. Yeah. Huh. That's not normal. Usually keep a sack of potatoes around for some time, and they'll throw out sprouts, but generally don't rot like that. Yeah, the produce hasn't been very pretty at Walmart this year. And I've been reading the corn reports. It doesn't seem like fucking hardly anybody pulling in the fucking corn they did last year, and last year was fucking pitiful. Uh, we have witnessed a couple of fucking crops that are doing good. So obviously somebody's playing with some different seed because we're still running into crops that are dead. That hasn't changed. It grew sprouts and smelled too, huh? Yeah, it's time to get rid of that sack of taters. Start smelling like the cat box. Like, whoo. I have had that sack of potatoes from Walmart. It's like, didn't we just get these? They stink. It's like, whoa. Yeah, I know that sack of taters. I've had that one. It is time to throw that shit away.
You fucking get that cup.
He is getting it. He's getting it good. Look at him. He just ain't taking that shit. Yeah, money's kind of tight every month, man. It is upsetting when you lose 10 pounds of food. Yes, sir. It's like, whoa, God, replan. Yeah, it sucks. That's well, so I don't buy fruits from there anymore, and I'm really reluctant to buy potatoes. The only reason I got that other bag is because they traded me my bad bag back. Like, these motherfuckers made me sick because they're green. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we ain't supposed to sell that." I was like, "Well, what are we gonna do?" She said, "Go ahead and exchange for a bag." I was like, "What if they're all greens?" She's like, "They really shouldn't be." And I checked, and there were two bags that I had checked that were green. They had a green potato in them anyway. I skinned that fucker and looked. And I was like, "Nope, don't want that bag." Threw it back in the pile. But I found one that I didn't see any green ones in it. Like somebody else can have that shitball fucking potato. Oh my god. Well, it's getting about time to walk the dogs and get my ass in bed. We'll be back here tomorrow doing doing stuff. What we're going to do, I'm not sure. Um, like I said, we're going to hang out and wait for Jamie in the morning. Um, no, there's nobody out there. purplish and gray. It is a bit odd. You too. Y'all have a good night. Um, but yeah, we'll be here in the morning. Um, not quite sure what we're going to do. We're going to talk to people. I'm going to help clean up the parking lot. At least that's what I think is going to happen in the morning. We'll find out. Y'all have a good evening. Keep them humans in check.